We are the Nerd Eternal Network.
Hello, and welcome to Icons, Blood, and Stars here on the Nerd Eternal Network. I'm your GM for the day, Jason, and with me as usual will be Taylor playing Muckboot,
Howdy.
Curtis playing Bloodthorn,
Hola.
Mike playing Eve, the Living Nebula,
Hello.
and Zach playing Silver Shooting Star.
Hi.
All right, who remembers what happened last week or last session?
We were told good news, bad news by the philosopher.
There was some running around town.
There was.
Which I think will now be excused, and we won't have any problems with it.
No, there were no repercussions for that, as it turns out. Especially since Bloodthorn did go back and buy the thing she shoplifted. Or, well, she sent Shooting Star in to do that. But yeah, essentially you had been being, the two of them had been being spied on by a member of the Hegemon.
That was fun.
Or at least you assume you were being spied on by them.
And then I got lectured.
Yep.
Some people said I overreacted.
You did pull a weapon on some poor shopkeep.
Yep. Did not actually harm the shopkeep, though, but still.
I mean, yeah, but if I'm working at a fucking 7-Eleven and someone pulls a pistol out and then buys some Sudafed, I'm gonna be like, I feel the gun was unnecessary here. I would have just sold you the Sudafed.
But yeah. Let's see, Shooting Star and Bloodthorn, I think we're handling that. While Eve and Muckboot went to the local archive, which is more or less a library / museum sort of thing. Muckboot researched when the Hegemon had tried to invade this galaxy, which is, of course, the lesser Magellanic Cloud, I think that's how you pronounce it. And got some interesting information. Ebe researched his own people and got some scientific texts, some kind of philosophical discussions of his people's life cycle. Don't know that he got any solid answer, or don't know that Ebe got any solid answers to the question Ebe had, but Ebe has things to think on now. And then, while having your more official meeting with the philosopher a little bit later, he was willing to share information with you, but not to take military action against the Hegemon, as that would violate kind of the ceasefire agreement they've got. At that point, the Hegemon ambassador came barging in. One or two of you recognized one of his servants as actually being the satrap Scar, who was the head of the Hegemon military. He and the other assistants that were there were actually all empowered agents of the Hegemon. And there was a little scuffle. I think Muckboot got injured. And Silver Shooting Star was not in his armor, so he got blasted against a wall pretty early. Since one of the guys jumped in the middle of the table and exploded. I think was the opening salvo. But after that, the philosopher was a little more open to directly helping you. He would send out the call to the other local governments because think of him as, in some ways, like the president of the UN. He's got a lot of authority, but he can't exactly order other nations to send their armies into places. So he does have to kind of work through those. However, he did send out a call so that any of the Hawks, which is the organization, kind of law enforcement, kind of peacekeeper organization that he does control directly, any of them that wish to go with you were free to. So returning to the Milky Way, you've got 300-ish or so Hawks that have volunteered to come with you.
Not too shabby.
No, it's not too bad. It's not a huge number when you're dealing with a war on a galactic scale, but as a strike force, very useful. Your travel back to the Milky Way was pretty uneventful because you had 300.
I remember that
Go ahead.
Taylor figured out that he thought maybe Satrap could duplicate himself.
That's right.
Yeah, that's because of the tenuous connection to Unison, and the government more or less knowing Unison, or with Shield knowing.
Not Shield.
Spear.
Don't get copyrighted. Don't get his copyright struck.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a couple. I was like, it's an organization. It's not that one. I said the name anyway. But yeah, with already knowing there exists a being that does this trick, and seeing it essentially happen right in front of him, he went, I'm pretty sure it's this thing.
Yes, because when Scar was defeated, his body simply vanished. As opposed to the rest of them who left a body behind.
And we were pretty darn certain that he didn't teleport. It was something else.
Yeah, the philosopher has he didn't go into details, but clearly he had some sort of extended senses, and he didn't notice any spatial disruptions or any of the typical hallmarks of teleportation. But as I was saying, you got back to the Milky Way without any issue because you did have 300 basically cosmically empowered police officers flying around you. So you arrive back in Singularity League space. What was that, Zach?
I was about to say, it's crazy what having cosmically powered people flying next to you will do for you.
But so you get back to Singularity space, Singularity League space. They update you on how the war has been going. Not all that great. The Hegemon's response to the destruction of the capture, I guess, of their super weapon. Has been a ramping up their forces and just a kind of a big push. Their general strategy seems to have changed slightly. They still give every planet they approach the opportunity to join peacefully. But the slightest hesitation or the slightest anything they take as an indication that you're stalling, they're just taking that as a no, bombing the place back to the Stone Age and moving on.
Oh, so not even occupying afterwards?
Not at the moment.
Wow. Okay.
And I say bombing to the Stone Age. They're targeting infrastructure. Anything military. Well, really anything military or industrial. So they're not going down and completely decimating the populations. Unless you happen to live in a city that's got some of those military and/or industrial resources they want to hit. It is leaving a huge humanitarian crisis behind because, you go in, you wreck a planet's infrastructure, starvation and disease and all sorts of things become an issue, that had not previously been. But this is allowing them to, quote-unquote, claim large sections of territory without using up their resources to really occupy to do anything with it at present.
Awfully spiteful. Unless they're just gonna go back and like convert the survivors after everything's secured.
That is actually kind of the assumption that the coalition forces are kind of working on. That they're going to try to go out. They don't know how far they're going to try to take before they really fortify. But yeah, they figure they're just trying to push through and take out opposition, and then they can kind of build up on some of those planets afterwards.
Smart strategy. Hideously evil, but smart.
Like I said, technically every planet is still being given an opportunity to join peacefully, or quote unquote willingly. But if you go, one too many times, they just bomb you. They bomb you and move on. Delightful people. You would love to have them as neighbors.
Evil and rude.
Well, for all you know, they're going, oh, I'm so sorry about this, as they press the button.
Oops, our fingers slipped.
This is
bother.
gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you.
Emotionally, of course. Emotionally, not physically. Oh no, not physically. The Uwatha, who live deeper into the core. Think of them as your Eternals, your new gods. They're kind of your space god types. One of the older living species, one of the more advanced species.
But I like celestial space gods. That's a whole different.
Right. Like I said, think Eternals, think the new gods from DC. The first, if you ever read cross-gen comics, but I doubt too many people out there are familiar with them. But they have joined the coalition, despite the fact that their planet is not directly threatened yet. Something seems to have motivated them to offer aid. Which has turned the tide of several specific battles. But they're one planet across this huge stretch of systems that make up the front. As you finally arrive back at the hunting lodge, or the hunter's lodge, which is still the de facto headquarters for the defending coalition. You find that the Minos, I believe it was the Minos Empire. Yes, the Empire of Minos. Green guys with like tentacles for arms. A bit on the warlike side. The vast majority of their empire has been taken. They have, of the major powers, they were the ones closest. So they have borne quite the brunt of these attacks. They're while their military has suffered losses, it is overall still relatively intact.
Oh, wait, who was that? That was relatively intact. That was
Empire of Minos, Minos.
Oh, it was. So it's the military that's mostly overrun.
No, their planets. Their military is still, their navy and stuff is still relatively intact.
Oh, that's what's intact. I got it.
It's the territories are messed up.
Right.
But you still got plenty of soldiers.
Though there are reports that a lot of their planets have begun just giving up whenever the coalition or whenever the hegemon shows up. We would like to generously invite you to. Yes, we are absolutely on board with whatever it is you're about to say. The United Federated Systems have been having more and more conflicts But just from positioning, they have not taken too much damage yet. The Singularity League is still officially neutral. Though your people in the Hunter's Lodge might let you know that they are... While they are officially neutral, there's a lot of supplies being smuggled out of Singularity League space. And all of a sudden the League is just not good at policing their territories. These smugglers run out and stuff. And then, of course, you have a large amount of smaller nations, places that there's a few systems or whatnot, that have managed to maintain their independence. Some of those have been overrun, and you essentially have their governments in exile in the Hunter's Lodge. Some of them are still free for the moment. The hegemon does seem to be focusing mostly on kind of the great powers. So you arrive back at the lodge. Let me misplace my notepad again. I think so your buddy's there to greet you, and he fills you in on some stuff, though most of the information you got from the Singularity League coming through their space. There are no longer any refugees on the lodge. They've successfully been moved deeper into the Milky Way. Out of harm's way, and kind of dispersed across planets, has not put too much of a strain on any one group. The Awatha have even temporarily donated a moon to housing a lot of them. And of course, what was his name? Zeed?
Yes.
The ship he's in control of is roughly the size of Manhattan, so he's taken, thousands of refugees as well. And has in fact been transporting a lot of them. Now, what we're going to do, as you have been caught up to speed, you are of course called in front of the Coalition's Council to give a report on what all went on. The bulk of the information you probably sent ahead as soon as you could, but they still want to talk to you. Is there anything particular that you'd want to bring up to them, or ask them, or suggest to them?
I think at this point, Ebe will definitely note that there are reports of other living nebula held captive by the hegemon.
That's a little disturbing.
Yeah.
One speaker speaks up. Are they all in control of ships like Great Zeed?
No. Yeah. Ebe would say that that the hegemon has no more megastructures like the Gravity Buster. But that there are still other living nebulas who are being coerced either through physical threat or blackmail, presumably Ebe guesses that they would be, the hegemon is holding maybe hostages that are close to any particular living nebula, because how else would you blackmail a living nebula? Mm-hmm. And that is from Zeed's word, Zeed's self.
They take that into consideration. They don't know what they can do for them, since that's over in the hegemon's own galaxy. Certainly disturbing news, though.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Did Zeed clarify whether those nebulas were on the front or if they were just back at home base? I guess.
I think Zeed only mentioned that that they did have others coerced into working for the hegemon. I don't believe Zed went into any sort of detail on exactly what they were doing. He would not have given any indication that they were present in the Milky Way, though.
Okay. So most likely, yeah, they're okay. Because Eve would have been a lot more urgent if they were in fact on the front lines, like anywhere within rescue range, I guess. But in any event, yeah. I guess. Yeah, I guess Eve would, if a word of like of truce, if talk of truce ever comes up, Eve would probably be very hesitant for that, because any kind of status quo that would allow the living nebulas to remain enslaved and then captured would certainly raise Eve's hackles. But I'll wait until that may or may, whether or not that actually becomes a discussed option.
Okay.
Eve will hold Eve's tongue until then.
You don't want to see a living nebula when they've got their dander up. Karens on a scale unimaginable. That's it. I want to speak to your emperor. The representative from Count TeknoAXE's people, within the first few days of you being back, they do bring up the ideal of truce.
So is it TeknoAXE or just his people?
It's the ambassador from his people. It is not him himself. It's somebody arguably higher ranked. Maybe not higher ranked as far as strictly nobility rank, but as far as like in their government at the moment. He is not advocating any sort of outright surrender, of course. But perhaps some sort of vassalage. If it could be negotiated for, for the member nations here in the Milky Way to, submit to this empire but keep their, autonomy.
You propose that we become their vassals?
In name, at least. Sometimes that's all an empire needs. Perhaps we have to pay some sort of tribute on a regular basis. It is, it is distasteful and would certainly be expensive, but is it really any more expensive than us throwing all of our resources into a war machine that's losing? And he points out
how do we feel about the term losing?
Bloodthorn will just snort.
They're a galactic cult that has no qualms about obliterating entire star system if it means gaining a military advantage. They are not going to accept vassalage whenever they are winning a war. They will just keep coming and coming and coming until we are crushed, unless we find a way to stop.
Well, of course, he would not. He's not trying to argue, with a pirate about intergalactic diplomacy or warfare.
Well, Makboot will take a moment. Even in a truce against an opponent, they're willing to have diplomatic talks with, and case in point, the philosopher. Their long term is still to crush it, even at a truce. Anyone higher up in our diplomatic settings would most likely have a plan to be purged at some point by these people, no matter what truce we make with them.
The ambassador nods. Well, by my understanding from your reports, in the philosopher case, they were flat out defeated. They were driven out of the smaller Magellanic Cloud. And then a ceasefire, what was intended as a temporary ceasefire, was put up. So that's a little different than what I'm recommending. And of course, we would need 1 or 2 major military victories to make it seem advisable from their point of view, to take this.
Let's think about how well the hegemon respected the ceasefire with the lesser cloud.
It had its use. It went on for, longer than the lifespan of some creatures. It has its use, but I'm not sure we would get the same use out of it, because the philosopher himself is inherently a powerful being. That may have been a very specific fear. And then I'll mention that, the highest military leader they had did a sneak attack, lost, and the philosopher said, oh yeah, he's tried that before and lost. They knew specifically that the philosopher is, a being of power equal or greater than their greatest military leader, who, participates in active combat. They had a very specific singular threat they could focus on and go, we need a plan to remove that before we can continue fighting. We don't have the same bargaining chips. We would have to, before this discussion continues, we would have to find some form of a bargaining chip to make this an idea even plausible. Until then, it's simply a statement that sows a little bit of discord in our talks.
The ambassador responds, well, rest assured, Hunter Supreme, I do not intend this to be disruptive to the unity we've achieved here. I simply believe it is a strategy that should be at least looked at least kept in the back of our minds. Even if we know that they would not honor such an agreement long term, it might be enough to give us time to find our footing, to re-equip, to prepare for any future hostilities. And of course, there's always the chance that it would work out fine. We're still not entirely certain exactly what it is that they want. They make their statement about uniting all blood and all stars, but what does that really mean?
Eve says that there likely is no ulterior meaning or secret hidden agenda behind what they say, and that when the dictator tells you what they want, just believe them.
The ambassador's not sure how to take what Eve is saying.
I believe what Eve, in Eve's wisdom, is attempting to say is that the statement, he wants all things united, is a statement of truth in that he does in fact want all things united under him. And that as a statement needs to be taken point blank.
Thanks, sorry for the choppiness.
Oh yeah, right. Ambassador, nods his head. But
Eve does have one more thing to say.
Okay.
Before before it's time to move on. And he would just say, "This is where he's going to start letting some of that hot air, full of hot air, leak out again." And that's every mission you have sent us on, we have completed. We've liberated planets. We've seized their super weapons, and none of us have fallen in the process. In fact, we've barely. We've always come back alive and ready for more. And if they have not learned to fear us, be assured that that's only a matter of time. And with that, and therefore, do not think to negotiate under fear or concern of defense. We don't have a team name yet, so I can't like drop a convenient. I can't do a convenient team name drop at this point. But if we did have a team name, this is where Eve would be dropping it. But just basically, Eve just gives off, the bluster of we're don't look the gift us in the mouth. We're here and we're awesome and we can take the fight to them. We haven't even unleashed our full potential yet.
We've only been half trying, and we've been kicking their teeth in every chance we get.
I mean, never mind that. We've all been knocked out at least once or twice, I think, over the course of this campaign.
All right, what I want all of you to do. What were you about to say, Tyler?
There's one last statement Muckboot would like to state. Since this is a threat involving all of the Milky Way, I would like at some point time to return to my home and inform them of what's happening and potentially gain some aid, as Earth has a has a statistically higher chance of powered individuals than most planets. Either side finding that information out will be beneficial to them. So I'd like to, go home and warn them of this threat that's coming, and then, much like the Hawks, unfortunately in a much more disorganized manner, have more powered assistance coming forward.
They have a shark that roams the land.
In warfare, land shark would be one of the most threatening things.
Oh yeah.
On planet-side warfare.
I don't want to fight, guys. Quick, throw water on him.
So what I'd like all you to do, since you've all been making your opinions known in this, and some of the other representatives start talking, and despite the suggestion not being intended to be disruptive, it is clearly being disruptive. So we are going to do a little pyramid test. I am using stuff out of Annual 1.
I need to pick that up.
Yeah,
it is pretty good. It's lots of, each individual section is kind of its own thing, but it is some neat stuff in here. As much as I play this game, I really just need to go back to Patreon and get it a little bit every month.
It is pretty cool.
All right, so this is a winning the debate, or I guess having a debate. So after a little bit of debate, there are a lot of representatives on your side. There's some representatives on the other side. I forget what Count Thrax's people are called. But you definitely got two sides. You in making your ideal, your statements of making your stance on it.
Boy. Mr. Doodles.
So all you need to give me willpower rolls. And look at your specialties. Thank you. Look at your specialties.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And see if you've got anything that you think would factor in. Things like law, things like performance. If you had history, anything you could.
Is history a specialty?
It's an example it gives here. I don't know if it was specifically one in the book or not.
Might be one of the origins specialties.
Could be.
Oh, I would have added. Oh well, it's too late now. But that might be a good add after the fact for his time hitting the books on at the Philosopher's World.
Mm-hmm.
Oop, that's not the wrong book. Oh, I know it's over there. I'll get it later. Deception. Do I have to like name the specific lie if I want to use that?
No, not this time, because this is just kind of how you're going about it in the conversation.
Okay.
It's weird. They
if I did
list
want to play it, we just. Oh, sorry.
specialists like law coordination. Oh, I don't know where I thought I read history.
I mean, it could be.
I misread something.
Okay.
Or maybe that was just when I was plucking out of the air. Trying to think of skills that could factor in, because if you know history, you could talk about.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
I've been.
What was that, Curtis?
I'm sorry, Curtis.
I've been known to waste points on just pulling up specialties out of the air, like multiverse theory and things like that.
Yes, but
But
yeah, don't.
it's like, yeah, this is something the character should have. It's science.
Sometimes you need to spend money on flavor.
Yeah.
I agree.
Plus, especially they're cheap. They're minor achievement. That's all you need to spend on.
I think I shall. I'm going to go ahead and use the determination point
Okay.
for this roll. I'm going to use that I am the sword, and I am going to express contempt for the idea of any, negotiation or servitude to these monsters.
No compromise, no surrender. Where did I put it? How do I lose my notepad every week?
Dang it, sorry.
All right.
That does not have my... I just hit the wrong thing. And I did well.
All right, y'all are going versus a difficulty. Excuse me, I keep having something try to catch in the back of my throat. All right, the number you need to beat is 11.
Ooh, ouch.
I did it. I'm glad I used my determination.
Mm-hmm.
Determination well spent.
Jason, I'd just like to point out for the record if I don't know if I should be mentioning this, but if the ambassador were to like address like the plight of the other living nebulas, that might go a ways towards like dissuading Ebe. I don't know if that's something that the ambassador would even like think to care about or address, but
At no point in the conversation does he mention that.
okay.
He mentions particularly their own people, but he doesn't mention specifically freeing the nebulas, or specifically freeing anybody that's already been taken even.
Gotcha. It just occurred to me that might be that would most likely be a soft spot for Eve, and clearly Master has another agenda to grow. So I can go ahead and make a deception roll. Just I don't know, just off the general bluster of what he's been saying, and not. Even though it's true that we've achieved every mission so far, hasn't been completely effortless and not without us getting knocked around a bit. So I guess that's where the deception comes in. Let's see if this does it good. Nope, not even close. Once again, Eve is just Eve will be an amazing hero someday. After several centuries or so of maturing. But until then, he's only generated a 7.
All right, so he got a 7. Curtis got. I see a lot of dice rolls here. Curtis, what's going on?
I got a 12. I'm sorry. The first time I didn't add my. I just rolled a d6.
Okay. So your bottom roll's a 14. That's the one I need to go with.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, because the 11's the one I rolled.
Because Curtis is retarded and can't do math.
All right. So that's a major success. All right, Ebe. Ebe is getting emotional. He's maybe not as convincing as he is just emotional.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Silver Shooting Star, have you made a roll?
I have not. I shall do so now.
Do you have any specialties that you think would help?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Just your willpower then.
Oh.
Okay. Muck Boot?
Yeah, I knew I wasn't going to be doing anything anytime soon with this roll.
Willpower's not great, huh?
It's
No,
a
it's
4.
4. It's 4. It's decent.
Yeah, just up against a master communicator who is full of will.
Alright, and this is a fragile test. And the opposition can chip away at your successes. Though I'm not seeing where it tells me how it does that. Alright. So that was one moderate. Give me another roll. Need to be a 9 this time.
Who wants to go first? Oh, but looks like Bloodthorn has done the best job so far. That might have been with the determination backing her up, but still.
In that case, we will just start across the board as I'm seeing you. So Taylor, give me a roll.
Not another one.
Oh, the dice roller does not like you right now. Curtis, give me a roll for Bloodthorn.
Okay. I won't. I'm not going to use determination this time. I may need it later.
Okay.
So we'll see what I get.
Ooh,
Okay.
didn't need it this time.
That's a moderate.
Just start dropping words like coward and.
She's just going to keep hammering this guy. Because from what you would know of Count TeknoAXE having traveled with him and maybe even spoke to Muckboot, you know, it's the entire society is not feudal, but it is still run by its nobility.
Right.
They still have that kind of, sense of honor, If you called a modern day congressman a coward, he'd be offended because you've insulted him, but not quite like if you went back and told a medieval lord that.
Then he'd go and hide behind his aide.
Right. Where the medieval lord might pull a sword out and stick you with it just to prove otherwise. These guys are a little more the medieval lord, so he is taking particular exception to any implications that he might be a coward. Mike, give us a roll for Ebe.
All right. So Eve's going to be continuing on about how Eve will not have people talking behind Eve's back about being a coward. Clearly, he's probably a little sensitive about being kind of at this point accustomed to people talking fearfully or negatively behind Eve's back. But we'll see. We'll see what the roll does this time. Still leaning on deception.
Okay.
Whatever. But oh, yeah, did just as poorly that time too. He is. He's clearly off on his own tangent at this point.
You're making some good points, but then we talk about behind Eve's back. Everybody suddenly realizes, wait, which side is Eve's front? Which side is Eve's back? Zach, give me a roll for Silver Shooting Star.
I'm gonna start suggesting that we weaponize the Milky Way's, let's call it, space pirate problem, offering amnesty, pay, and salvage rights to not necessarily attack the front lines, but do what pirates do best and attack the supply line.
Turn them in. You're going to let's take the pirates and make them privateers.
Yes, exactly.
How would you like to work for Spain?
I like that.
King Charles II wants you.
Can I give shooting star +2 for me to bank on my age actually knowing how French privateers did?
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, make that 7 a 9 there, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, so the debate carries on. Let's see, you've got a major and 2 moderates at this point. And I believe it's 2 moderates. Is it 2 moderates to a major? Go into a major?
You might want to check that because I know it's 4 moderates or 4 minor achievements make a moderate achievement. I don't know if that's the same scale for pyramid test, but it might be worth checking on.
2 moderates to make a major. 2 majors make a massive, as far as the complexity of the. I flipped the page and found the little diagram.
Cool.
Alright, so those 2 mods make a major that goes along with y'all's other major. It took 2 rounds. Eventually, your argument carries the day.
All right.
Though it should be said that it's not necessarily a settled issue. You didn't necessarily change the people that were arguing against you. You didn't necessarily change their minds, but you've got the people that were in the middle of the road folks. You've kind of convinced them over to your side. So, the majority carries the day. But your opposition has not. They haven't put this ideal out of their mind. Let there be a military setback or something, and it's probably going to come up again.
Yeah. Well, the next planet gets wiped out. It's going to be in our hands, I'm sure.
So the plans for carrying on the war continue. Some of the representatives really gravitate to Shooting Star's ideal, of granting amnesty if if the pirates will just turn their pirating against the hegemon. Especially considering that with the hegemon's rapid advance, that's got to be having an effect on their logistics. So some of them really like the idea of just sending fleets of pirates in there to screw with their supply lines. Salvage rights means that means the coalition will have to buy whatever supplies the pirates capture if they want it. Which benefits the pirates, but it also gives them more avenues to buy the supplies they need and cuts those supplies off from the enemy.
I hear there's a void rat that might be especially amenable to that offer. It's a reference to
It was a reference to what?
to the Space Worm versus Moonicorn game that I ran briefly.
Ah, okay.
But it was another fun character to play.
So Silver Shooting Star, you have several representatives come and speak to you about the best way to get into contact with the pirates.
Yeah, I still have a lot of still have a lot of old codes and contact information. So like, it'd probably be best for me to send out the messages myself, as opposed to them being from the space police or any given military force, because no one's gonna answer that phone.
That's fair. So for the next few weeks, you're basically the pirate liaison. Until you get enough of a working relationship going with some of them that you can kind of pass it off to somebody else. The hegemon is very ruthless in their dealings with pirates, so they haven't made any friends in that regard. Muckboot?
Was Muckboot's request to go speak with Earth granted? Since they are in the Milky Way, and therefore will be at some point preyed upon by the hegemony.
Nobody really wants to send you off for that long in the middle of a war. Can they send someone else to take the message for you?
Yes, and show the, bring some archival footage to show what's happening, so that they know, have information to make a decision with, and my, personal acknowledgement that if it isn't stopped, it will eventually be at their doorstep. Earth does not have a huge fleet, but it does have powered individuals.
So yeah, they.
One person who knows
Earth is
I was
liable
going to
to
say the one
slap.
person who knows Earth better than or almost as well as Muckboo would be Rudan.
Rudan does not get to talk. Rudan is a wanted criminal on Earth.
Hey, friends, remember me?
Didn't we just exile her?
Did she get beat up by teenagers?
I'm back.
Look, she would have gotten away with it if it had not been for them pesky kids. But it is actually a Star Forger that's going to take the message, though, because the Star Forgers have, they have had official contact with the United Nations already.
True.
So they will approach from, they'll approach using the protocols them and the United Nations had set up for future contact, and pass that message. So yes, that message gets sent along. In those intervening weeks, a couple of more planets get taken. In both of these cases, the planets surrendered almost immediately. Both of the attacks were unexpected enough that the Coalition was not able to get a fleet there to defend them ahead of time. And the Hegemon has been sure to let people know what has been happening to planets that have not surrendered. Flat out to beaming footage of the bombings to escaping ships, and then just letting them stragglers go to spread the word.
I have a question though.
Mm-hmm.
So, the hegemon have been just going gangbusters, trying to gain as much territory as they can.
I'm back.
Oh, excellent.
Do we see? Does it look like they have, other than just gaining territory, do they seem to have a specific objective, like a particular direction they're headed? Are they maybe after, maybe Earth because Earth has the metagene that would be really useful maybe for making more super soldiers?
Their entire line, the entire front, just seems to be advancing. There's no
Okay.
real, major
But they're
bulges.
not a focus direction then. They're just expanding.
It's like they're just expanding. The coalition is still not entirely certain where they're getting in at. From the talk with the philosopher, they're now assuming that there's one of those gateways like you use to get to the smaller Magellanic Cloud. They're assuming there must be something like that connecting to the larger Magellanic Cloud with the hegemon is
Well,
from.
that'd be a good question for Muckboot with the resources of the hunters.
Well, that's the trick. The hunters are involved in the coalition, so they're like, yeah.
Right.
They're very curious about the area that's, more or less center of that expansion area. But they don't know where the thing is yet.
I guess the other question are there any properties about the gate that we used that might make it a little easier to spot? Other than just go out into that area and start looking.
The Singularity League would share whatever information they've got. They have not successfully reverse engineered the gateway yet. But there's also a limited amount of how much they want to mess with it because, well, it's got some self-defense capabilities if you trigger them. And they use it for trade, so it's like we don't want to risk breaking the thing.
Oh, and some people might consider it holy technology.
Not the Singularity League itself, but yes. Some other cultures do look at those kind of artifacts as something extra special. Within those next few weeks where you do all this, planning and organizing the pirates, and the coalition does get words from some of their spies. The presentation is made by a species, a man from a species called the Hothans. While the initial advance is leaving those worlds, they bomb a world that refuses entry into the hegemon. It's bombed out, so it can't be a threat afterwards. Behind them, and then the armies move on. There is apparently a secondary force that's been going by and collecting larger numbers of people off the planet.
Not a surprise.
They don't know if it's refugee work. We're getting these people off where they starve. Though there had been reports of them doing that sort of thing on planets they had taken before. That one planet you visited that had the Immortal Emperor, they had taken most of the populations out of the major cities, at least. They hadn't taken time to go clean up the more rural areas, but
that wasn't exactly refugee work, though, was it? They were just scooping them up and taking them, I thought.
Yes, but you didn't know why. But they all seem to be sending them to a center point.
I just
Or
assumed it
central
was
point.
like Mel Brooks' Inquisition, and they were converting them.
It might be. It might be big. Maybe it is like large re-education facilities or something. They don't know. They know all those ships seem to be heading the same direction, though. The Hothan also tells you there's a lot of chatter amongst their military of something to replace the Gravity Smasher. I believe that's what y'all. I believe that was the name y'all had coined for it.
No, that's not good.
I had Gravity Buster, but
Gravity Buster. Okay.
smash.
Whatever it was y'all were calling, because that was not what Zed called it. But you know, they've got no idea what it is. Nothing they found indicated it's the exact same sort of thing, but it's, you know, some kind of replacement big weapon that they can use for intimidation purposes as well as its own destructive abilities.
Not liking that.
Ebe, when you're listening to the report, in the background, you know, it's in the main, you know, council chamber. You got all the council people. You got people, you know, all the people that usually just stand up against the wall. You're paying attention to the speaker and back against the wall. One moment is just, you know, a miscellaneous amount of normal people, and the next moment you see a white individual just standing amongst them, kind of sticking out.
Is this my friend Zeta Nun?
As he is talking about this new super weapon, Zeta is just staring at you straight in your eyes, or whatever works for eyes on Eve. She doesn't say any. They don't say anything. There's just a very concerned look in their eyes. They are staring very intently at you.
I'll step forward.
Like out into the speaking area, or like around where she's at, or they're at rather.
Towards her.
As you kind of step away from your seat and kind of move along the outside of the wall, which always attracts some attention because you are Eve, the living nebula.
He's doing it again.
You know, but you're not disrupting anything. The report's still going on. Zeta walks around and meets you. As they approach, do I still have that picture of Zeta? I think I can throw up. Nope, I've got everybody but Zeta. Anyway, so yeah, Zeta meets you over the side. This weapon is what will trigger the event I'm so concerned about.
Oh, the one they're discussing now.
Right. Not the construction of it, but if they use it. The problem is...
Have you determined... Oh, yes, sorry.
They were just going to continue saying, you know, the problem, as I've mentioned before, is I don't know whether you're more likely to cause it to actually happen or more likely to stop it. But if no one tries to stop it, there's a very high probability that they'll eventually use the weapon.
So you've decided it is to be prevented.
I have... They pause, trying to think of how to explain this to an entity that only experiences time in a progression. I have roped this section of time off. Instead of this timeline having, you know, divergencies here where it could go every which way, I've roped all of that off, so all these different divergencies can happen. And then whichever one I choose, I'll collapse it down into that. The downside of this means all those extra universes are essentially eradicated from existence. So, but it keeps the overall timeline going. As in, say, universes. This cluster of galaxies is all that's being affected by this. The rest of the greater universe outside of the Milky Way and its satellite galaxies unaffected by this one way or the other.
I see.
What she is doing to rope it off is being unaffected. They are threatened by the event she's afraid of.
Okay.
Which is why if you fail and she has to close this time loop, these galaxies are basically just going to be gone. But it's to preserve everything past these galaxies. It's not her favorite part of the job. But she tells you the weapon they are working on distorts the fabric of space and time. Well, of space-time is the same thing. Which, normally, if they fired it off once and you stopped them, the universe would recover. But there have been events recently in this part of the universe already that have that wall of reality weakened. So if they use this device, it could reopen that wound as well as whatever damage the device itself does.
Is this related to events on the Earth planet?
Yes. Oh, that is a planet of unintended troublemakers.
Perhaps you should have walled off reality around there instead of here.
Yeah, but I need some of them a little bit later, so...
Oh. Is that to mean that we are of no longer use past this current conflict?
Some of you more so than others. I probably shouldn't say any more than that. And don't take me talking about, wiping out your galaxies offhand, to say that I don't take individuals as important. It's just the quadrillions of individuals I'm responsible for,
Yeah, I mean, as Eve sees it sounds like, there's, like, one of everyone who's still here is going to be here after the conflict's over. It just depends on which one. And that depends on what, how once you take a look at all the vectors of what is about to happen.
Unless all the timeline she has split off, unless there's a failure in all of them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around how Eve would react to that. Eve's just going to try to do Eve's best to make sure that the weapon doesn't get utilized, doesn't get fired, and hopefully Eve's friends and Eve will be able to do that in a way that gives you the best possible choices to pick from, I guess. And so, other than that, I'm just trying to wrap my head around exactly what Eve would make of all that.
So the rest of you can see Eve over at the side of the chamber, speaking with Zeta Nun. I think you've all seen Zeta Nun by this point.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Some
Even
of you
asked the philosopher about Zeta Nun.
Right.
Yeah,
And
Eve would ask if Eve could bring his friends into this discussion. If we are so pivotal, surely we should all be privy to these discussions, even if they are mortal. I would. But how does Zeta Nun react to that?
Well, first the response is kind of gives you a look. That is so cute. I don't think you realize how mortal you are as well.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
They don't think you realize how mortal you are as well.
Okay, right.
Eve seems immortal by the carbon-based life form standards, and then you get something like Zeta Nun that's like, oh, that's so cute.
Yeah,
You live half a billion years and you think that's a long time. That is so cute.
I guess Eve did kind of aspire to being on some kind of equal ground with the Zedanon. That's a fair point.
But yes, you can bring your friends in if you wish.
Yeah,
They
Eve
certainly
would
have their parts to play.
Eve would wave them over in the middle of this big Grand Council planning session.
And more of the councilmen are like noticing. Wait a minute. A little weird white person has popped up before. Now Team Whoop-Ass is going over there to talk to her. This could be bad.
Now we have a team name.
Aha!
You know, that was the original team name for the Powerpuff Girls. They were going to be the Whoop-Ass Girls.
The Cartoon Network is run by cowards.
You know, I'm assuming if Cartoon Network had turned him down, he was going to go like webcomic or something with it, and that was going to be the so there's your random fact for the day. So the Hothan guy's continuing to give his and he's kind of got his back to where y'all are, so he doesn't realize what's going on. As more and more of the room is like paying attention to what is going on over there. But Eve motions y'all over, so I'm assuming y'all walk over.
Yes.
You know, your two silicone-based buddies that help run the Hunters Guild. They're trying to pay attention to the report that's being given, but they keep kind of cutting their head over your way too.
Can Zedanon help us find this weapon?
Her superiors, their superiors, they like me to use a lighter touch when possible, but they're also not answering their phones when I call them about this incident. So, I tell you what, I'll give you a hint. You mortal guys, you're always amused by hints and puzzles and riddles, right? Is the riddle game
Not
still
really.
a thing? No. We'll figure it out for yourself then. But now they tell you, follow the hostages. The people they're taking off their home world, follow them. Where they're going, where this thing is being constructed. It's all in and around the same area.
Are they being used as slave labor?
They get a sort of disturbed look on their face. Like imagine you've got some terrible news to tell a little kid, and you just don't know how you want to tell them this terrible news. But she tells you, no, it's not slave labor.
Are they being sacrificed to something that is doing it?
Oh, look at the time. I really need to be going.
They're being fed to whatever it is.
Oh, joy. Well, it's my job to hunt things that do that.
Is it, or is it your hobby?
I get paid for it, so it's a job. I also have responsibilities outside of just doing it for fun, so it's a job.
I just hope we have a wall big enough to mount its head.
Yeah, Eve
Yeah.
suspects that Zeta's already may very well not want to tell any more than she already has.
But by this time you realize the rest of the room has basically gone quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they all just watching us at this point?
The Hothan guy has actually stopped talking when he realizes nobody's paying any attention. He looks around. He's looking over at you. Everybody's kind of looking at you.
Should we
So,
Should we just
do you have thoughts on how to follow the hostages? We could let ourselves be taken amongst the masses, but
At this
Is
point,
is that something, Bloodthorn? Are you saying that to your crew, or do you say that just out where the room can hear at this point?
to my crew, not
Okay.
to the whole
That
room.
sounds like a terrible idea. We would be stripped of. At least two of us would be stripped of our offensive and defensive capabilities.
Well, and he would stick out like.
also
like
we'd
the
be
living
killed because
nebula.
they know who we are.
Yeah. We've kind of pissed them off a few times.
Well, we're gonna piss him off again.
They are literally building a replacement to the thing we took from them. They are going to know us by face and name.
Well, I'm just trying to throw out ideas. How else do we want to try to follow the hostages?
Can we trace the ships that are picking up these people? Has the council been able to monitor them? Have the Hothans been able to? Did their information?
The Hothan agent who can hear you now because everything else in the room is quiet.
Yes.
Yes, we've got the trajectories they've been traveling. We think we've triangulated, more or less the area they're in. That this is all going to.
This is a private conversation.
Oh, that's it.
You hear Zetanun staring. It's rude to stare.
Abel turned to Buckboot and just asked, "Shall we depart then?"
We're going to get told to anyway.
At this point,
that's loud enough for the group for everyone to. We're gonna get told to anyway.
At this point, Count TeknoAXE speaks up because he's in the chamber, sitting over, kind of at the ambassador's table, his ambassador's table. If it's quite all right, could you perhaps, step over here to the platform and tell the rest of us what you're planning to do that's going to affect the entire galaxy?
Buckboot will look to Zetanun. Do I have your permission to say what's been said here? I don't want to get you in trouble in your job.
No, I should be walking the tightrope all right. Tell them whatever you need to. I've pretty well given you all the information that I feel it's safe to give you.
Understood.
So y'all all walk back out to that center platform. The second Zetanun is obscured by the rest of y'all moving, Zeta's gone. So it's like everybody sees y'all walk past, and that person standing behind you is just like Batman out of existence, apparently. The Hothan agent's kind of like, well, I guess I've given everything I can give. He just, he starts to step down and.
Well, I will also apologize to the Hothan that, this was surprise news that comes out of nowhere.
Oh, it is quite all right. He just wants everyone to remember that, the sacrifices people have made. Many Hothans died to bring you this news. And then he steps aside. But I saw Mike grin as soon as I named the species, so he knew where I was going with it. But and the agent stays in the room, so if you have any questions for him, he is available. As you step up, your buddy, what was his name? Geode? I lost a sheet of paper. I had his
I
name
think
right
there was a buddy named Geode.
There was Jude and Diute.
Which one was the father? Diute was the father, wasn't he?
Yeah, Diute.
Yes.
Yeah, so, y'all walk up to the stand. Diute asks you, Alright, Hunter Supreme, what What did your unusual contact? What information did your unusual contact bring you?
It was the plans for creation of a new super weapon, correct? And that the weapon would have results outside of the Milky Way.
Yes, it's something. It's something that warps and twists with the twists space time itself. For a destructive purpose, which would be bad on its own, but probably survivable for the galaxy. The problem is it's going to chain reaction with some wound this part of the existence already has in the walls of reality.
It's going to let the things out that Muckboot knows about.
That would be
That's kinda what
the
I was thinking,
first thing Muckboot would think. Oh, a hole in the universe. It's worried about, or a wound in the universe. I know where one of those is.
Yeah, Muckboot's gonna.
And on a galactic scale, it's not that far away.
Yeah, Muckboot's gonna go ahead. And there's gonna be some information about it on the Hound that the Hunters Guild would already have, just based on like mission reports and stuff.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. You did already deliver specifically on the.
Yeah, and with Rudan, and the Starforgers already knew about it as well.
The Starforgers packed up and left Earth when this stuff started going down.
Yeah,
they don't know they don't know exactly all the details, but they have a general indication that this was bad. This was very bad.
Yeah, I'll explain. Where the wound is, what it is, that the weapon they're making will have ripples, and if that reopens, there are things that end the universe behind that scar that were accidentally sent too early, and that this is now a job that, outside of anything involving the hegemony attacking us, has to be stopped to stop this rippling effect that would kill far more.
The ambassador sitting over next to
important.
Yeah, the ambassador sitting over next to Count TeknoAXE immediately puts forth the motion that they send a surveying and science team, out to this location near Earth to examine this wound. Perhaps they can find a way to help speed up the healing, or at least understand what sort of weapon this might be if it's something that would interact with this wound. He's like suggesting that they create a smaller group to kind of handle this, and it's not that it would be a bad ideal, but with the bureaucracy of this coalition, it's going to be a time-taking ideal.
In the meantime, I suggest that what were we called now? Team Kick-Ass?
Somebody in the crowd referred to you as something along those lines.
I suggest that we find out what the hegemon exactly is doing with these hostages, and see if we can't find this weapon and stop it in its tracks. If rumors say that it hasn't been completed yet, I think we need to destroy it before it's finished.
As it would be a job to destroy it when it's finished anyway.
Right. But better to take it out before it...
Can shoot at us.
Exactly. We don't want it to destroy any planets or God knows what else.
Well, all the planets if it gets fired, apparently. The representative of the Hawks that are in the room immediately volunteers to go with you. If you're putting together a strike force.
Is that leader actually Starhawk? Or is it someone else?
Well, one of the Hawks. No, your buddy Star is not like the head of anything. She's mid-ranking.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought Starhawk was a girl.
I thought she was.
The one is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Star is female. The leader that's here in the room is a dude.
Gotcha.
So he's a 4-armed guy in that same kind of blue armor she wears.
Oh, okay, I remember that.
Yeah.
That dude.
She's got wings, but that's because her powers mutated her, so 2 of her arms became wings. That's why she loved y'all's keyboards so much. It's like, oh, this keyboard's designed for people with just 2 hands. It's wonderful. Though the stars are made up of a lot of different species. But he's volunteering to go with you. You haven't. The message y'all sent off to Earth has not, the Starforgers that took that message has not made it back yet, because that's going to be a time-taking thing. The council quickly decides. Well, they have no problems with sending out a science team to check out whatever. This is essentially a council of war. We kind of have to focus on that. And the ambassador from Count TeknoAXE's people, he brings the issue. He keeps bringing the issue up a time or 2 more, but finally he just kind of relents, and they start planning. What are you gonna need for this? It's the Hothan. The agent he kind of represents some of the information on where they've triangulated this source to be, and it is over towards the galactic edge, kind of in the center of the territory they've taken. It is right there, kind of at the point of the Milky Way galaxy that would be closest to the large Magellanic Cloud. Which is the gateway that led to the smaller cloud, was kind of set up that same way. It was also not an area that had a lot of life-bearing planets. So it was kind of sparsely explored prior to this invasion. Because, most life forms need particular types of planets. As opposed to, like, the Singularity League, who just needs a star that puts off a lot of light and plenty of iron and, minerals to build with. But given your previous successes, the council's pretty willing to give you whatever you need. Though they're not sure how they're...
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do they have any antimatter devices on hand? Preferably ones that are already made to be bombs?
They could provide you with something like that. Antimatter is not a super often used weapon, but they've been creating a few well, there's no polite way to put it. Weapons that had been banned by various truces. They had been cranking a few of those out just in case.
Yeah, this seems like something we need big boom for. Biggest boom.
He's not
Antimatter,
wrong.
weapon that warps reality. Nothing could go wrong here. Let's go.
Well, if it's a living thing, it can't warp reality if it's dead. Am I wrong?
He is not wrong.
I might be.
You could be. You could be a reality warping lich. So it's already dead.
Big enough boom might make it double dead? Maybe?
Oh, do you want some more graham crackers? Okay. She handed me a little... I'm sorry.
No problem.
Kitchen.
All right. So Muckbook, they're asking you what sort of forces you think you'll need for this. you're talking, you're muted.
I'm not talking because I'm not sure what's necessary. Because, like, being able to just swing in and do precision strikes is what we've been best at.
I am weak-willed and easily manipulated by a toddler. Her teenage years are going to be hell on us.
Or you'll be an old grizzled veteran by the end, and those little puppy dog eyes won't work nearly as well.
All right, honey. Yes, you can have a little cocaine, but please, moderation.
I don't know if we want. I hate to ask for a distraction when we're moving in. You know what I mean? Because we're just asking people to die. Us marching in and willing to sacrifice ourselves is a completely.
Oh, don't worry, Eve. We have the greatest distraction possible.
That was Bloodthorn talking.
Yes, but as I'm saying it, I'm looking at Eve.
Oh, have we lost Mike?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I knew his
I
camera.
didn't even notice his picture was gone, but he's.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
But,
You were being volunteered as a distraction, Eve.
Okay.
See, this is why I love Eve.
Who is Eve distracting?
But presumably we have a fightable ship, and we have Eve escape from his containment suit as the distraction.
he can get quite, or Eve can get quite big.
Yes.
I
I'll be
remember
sure to save my determination point for that purpose.
A member of the Oatha steps forward. He.
Anyone I know?
No one that you remember meeting specifically. He identifies himself as Ardgal. Ardgal. He can aid you in moving your forces undetected to where you need them to go. Because he notes this is extremely deeply in enemy territory, probably to the initial base they established in this galaxy. So obviously you're going to move past a lot of troops, a lot of patrols. One of his specialties is traveling unseen paths. A huge battle fleet, more than he could do. A smaller strike force of ships, he could get in.
All right.
He's like, pack one of those ships full of the Hawks. Never mind any other kind of fighters or whatnot. And you could have a small potent force to strike behind enemy lines with. That and the might of a living nebula. Even a miniature living nebula. Will make for a powerfully impressive distraction. And of course, if volunteers get back from Earth, that would be quite a thing as well. He is passingly familiar with Earth. His people used to go adventuring there quite regularly. But
I said, let's go kick some butt.
All right. Now, this antimatter weaponry that you're wanting to use. Are you wanting a missile that you shoot, a bomb that you can set up on the device once you find what the device is? Device and or creature, as you've mentioned, you don't know if it's a living thing or what it is that's going on.
I would honestly prefer a bomb we can set up over a projectile that could potentially be shot down.
Okay.
The advantage of something that we can shoot is that Muckboot is not gonna miss.
Well, shooting a missile and shooting his rifle is a little bit different, but
Yeah.
But if we made a missile I shoot from my rifle, we're making progress.
it's the antimatter equivalent of the Davy Crockett, which for any of you that was a handheld launchable nuke.
Sweet.
It did not shoot as far as the blast radius.
But boy, did we make a lot of them.
All right, well, first thing you do is you dig a trench so that when you shoot it, you immediately jump in the trench. Maybe the radiation won't kill you then. They never saw field use. Go figure. Except in the Fallout games.
No, a bomb is probably what we want.
Okay. So there's a scramble to begin preparing forces. You get a remarkable number of volunteers, even from just the regular militaries. Chance to strike at the heart of the enemy. A lot of captains in the Minos Imperial Navy are volunteering to go. The Hawks to a man volunteered, to a person volunteered to go. Especially when they start hearing the doomsday portion of this. They were here to help this galaxy out. Hey, these people need some help. Oh, this could affect, back home too. Oh yeah, we really got to do something about this. A couple of more Watha are going to come along. Because they're sure they're going to have plenty of the Hegemon will have plenty of their branded warriors on hand. The Starforger you sent to Earth comes back with Earth's response, which is the governments on Earth are like running around in circles trying to come up with defenses for their world, and really just kind of panicking because this is outside the scope of anything they think they can handle. Starforger is not kind in his description of the effectiveness of the Earth's governments. He does come back with a fairly large number of volunteers from Earth, though. The hero community came out in earnest.
Good for them.
Relative to the number of them, I should say. There's not as many of them as there are of the Hawks, even, but because once you start narrowing it down, are you willing to go? Great. Can you survive in space? Ooh, that's cut down to usefulness.
Sorry, Whippet.
Yeah, she really wanted to come. And that fish guy that could do kung fu, he really wanted to come, but he can't swim in space, so.
Muckboot stands here as guy with gun going, what do you mean?
In
They
space,
couldn't show up.
you can't swim.
Boogeyman. Oh yeah, sure, I'll go. Let me just get my screaming sack. All right, panic screaming is over for the next 5 minutes. Let's go. And I won't go over a full list, but a lot of Earth's big hitters show up. All 3 ensigns have volunteered. Dynaman would be there.
Wait,
As far as the characters y'all have played, it'd be up to y'all as who would volunteer and who wouldn't.
Everlast is there. Yeah,
Gonna
Serpent Boy.
say Wolf Witch, Frost Giant, and
Oh.
Recluse, absolutely.
Independence, right? He's there.
Flapshot can't die, so he's there.
Yeah, most of mine would go. Probably not the Kung Fu Fish guy. He might not be particularly useful, but
Oh, and Starbound. Starbound that is absolutely.
This is his chance to get out back out into space.
Patience is probably banned.
I would imagine that Frost Giant would ban her and Serpent Boy.
No, they are staying home. They have school this weekend. This week.
This weekend, oh
Serpent
my
Boy?
gosh. No, it's the worst.
Serpent Boy would find a way.
A single J303 is there with a shirt that says, "Holy shit, I can say that I'm sentient out here."
There's an entire space nation of me's.
yeah, and of course, Land Shark will now be telling everybody, now I'm a space shark.
J303 admittedly now regrets being the weird guy in space. Maybe I should have acted normal.
All right. Yeah, we better get a move on. It's already 3, or about 3. So yes, you load up this large. It takes a week or 2 to get everything set up.
Yes.
But you've got this large force. Large is a strike force, like I said, not an entire battle fleet. As you travel off the lead ship, Ardgal is standing on the nose of the craft. With what looks like, what Buck would recognize as like Irish wolfhounds next to him. But quite unusually large, and they seem to be sniffing the void. And then he's like giving, commands like through the windshield, basically the viewport of the ship to the people piloting the ship. And all the rest of you just sort of follow them. The Uatha are one of those weird, a lot of their stuff looks medieval. But then there'll be like this high-tech stuff, but then they'll have, dogs that are leading them through space. It's the science guys in the group give up even trying to figure it all out. Ebe, at some point, you do get a chance to speak with Ardgal, and it becomes pretty obvious that him speaking up and volunteering all of this so quickly is the fact that the Uatha, they are familiar with Zeta Nunn's people. They look at them as a higher power, sort of. Not in a religious sense, but in a they are mechanics that help keep the universe running.
Mechanics that keep the universe running. Interesting.
The Uatha look at themselves like that to some degree, but on a lower scale. they're defenders of life and that sort of thing. The Cyclops, excuse me. Yeah, that's the next scale up. So if it's something they're worried about, it's something that should be dealt with.
Gotcha. Guardians.
And the fact
That would
that
explain why they took Eve under their wing.
mm-hmm. And the fact that Zeta Nun is specifically approached you multiple times would indicate that you were likely chosen in some way. And your people have a very particular role to play in the life cycle of the universe, anyway.
Sure.
So off into hegemon-controlled territory.
And this is territory within the Milky Way still, right?
Yeah, this is still in the Milky Way, though.
Gotcha.
The building of this weapon seems to be taking place in the Milky Way.
Gotcha.
Curious.
But so y'all move quickly and quietly through enemy space. Sometimes you stop in a particular system, change direction, make minor course corrections, and then sometimes you stop just in deep space, reorient. Sometimes in ways that is not making a lot of sense to your typical navigators. But for the entire trip, you're not harassed at all by enemy ships. You never see an enemy ship. Or really any ships. A few weeks of travel later, the message comes down for everybody to prepare. Ardgal is fairly certain that you're coming up on your destination. And as you approach this system, it is pretty heavily defended. It's far enough back from the main line that it doesn't have like an entire navy's worth of ships defending it, but it's a large force. You see a lot of ships that you have managed to identify, that the coalition has managed to identify as troop transports, just kind of generally people movers. Massive cargo ships. You recognize a lot of these as not warships that seem to be coming into the system. As you approach the system, it becomes obvious that they're aware of your presence. Though with Ardgal's help, y'all had gotten a lot closer to the system than you probably should have without being detected. And at kind of the far edge of the system, your senses are picking up another megastructure. And a lot of those cargo ships, that's where they're going and coming from. However, there's also a habitable world. It's not real habitable. Most of the land masses are all grouped together. There's a huge desert kind of in the center of that, with the majority of the ecosystems kind of around the edges of that. So imagine basically a big brown continent with a green rim around it. The atmosphere is breathable, but not necessarily comfortable. But your sensor guys, whatever you call the guys that run those, they are depicting what amounts to a major city. But it's the only one on the planet. You know, when you get close enough for them to zoom in on it, it's obviously been built up recently. It's the big military base. You know, there's a spaceport, lots of movement around it. If there's researching and manufacturing going on, it's probably going to be there. You know, if the mega structure is like the one over in the Singularity League space, there's not a ton of living space on that. So their fleet are moving out to intercept you. Your fleet engages. The human supers and the hawks, the ones that can disembark and engage. Ardgal has come to you, Muckboot. He thinks he can lead 3 of the smaller ships through this carnage to the planet.
All right.
If it's the planet, if the planet is where we're going to, where you want to assume that the device is going to be, or ship, or whatever it is they're building. So who all are you taking? Count TeknoAXE immediately volunteers to go. Which, his ship would be one of the ones kind of in the sized range he was talking about.
Yeah, Count TeknoAXE, the Hawks. And I mean, for the separation of forces, who's going to be the most useful in a ground fight?
I don't know, but I bet he's a shark.
Yeah, I'd probably bring the humans with Land Shark.
I mean, some of the humans operate in space just fine. So the ensigns are out there engaging ships, engaging fighter ships.
Yeah.
So there's not. I thought maybe I drifted off or something, but I thought we saw a huge structure in space too.
Yes, one of the gateways.
Oh, this is the gateway, not the weapon. Okay, that's where I got confused.
Right. Yeah, the cargo ships that you assume are carrying people tend to be going and coming from that gateway.
Gotcha.
But they've got a large facility built on this planet. It looks like where they're setting up, industrial military stuff. Production facilities, research facilities, training facilities, barracks for people.
Yeah, the gateway's a target, but not our primary target yet.
Right.
We want to get the weapon.
The fleet is planning. They're planning to make a push like they're going for the gate. And the Minnows captains have been pretty clear that if we get a chance to blow that thing up, we're going to.
Completely understandable.
I can't blame them. It'd be nice if we could just take control of it and control who comes in and out of it, but destroying it's a reasonable option. Considering what's on the other side.
Now, Ardgal and the other Uwatha are like, well, destroying it would be almost sacrilegious. But they also kind of just smile at the Minos. But if you think you can, go ahead.
Easier said than done.
You know, and then in their native language, they seem to be taking bets with one another about something. You can't really tell. So all right, so y'all assemble y'all's 3, you know, little ships. When I say little ships, I mean, you know, the count's, you know, yacht, the Hound, and you know some other ship of equivalent size. Might even be something of Earth origin. So I'm sure a couple of Earth's high-tech firms have started putting out some sort of ships by this point. At least prototypes. You know, so y'all launch. You're following Ardgal. He and his wolves are moving under their own power at this point, with y'all's 3 ships following close behind him. They seem to be running through space. You know, if you've seen the Love and Thunder trailers, you know, think when you see Thor's goats, it's kind of the same thing. They're not pulling your ships, but you know, it's like you're following in their wake. And the enemy ships mostly don't seem to notice you. You know, a stray shot or 2 may come close to you just because of the chaos of combat. But the way the Navy is moving is also heading towards the gate, so they're kind of pulling away from the planet. So it's really only a few tenths of minutes of you flying through this space battle.
Hey, they may actually think the gate's our primary target.
All the better for us.
Yep.
Let me take a quick look at somebody's stats here. Okay. As you're coming down through the atmosphere, Eve, give me an awareness roll.
I knew it was gonna be Beeb. Slowly but surely. Hey, we know that for a roll of 1. Lame.
Man, the dice are just wanting this whole thing to end in tragedy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It would be really fun if the space combat guys all died. Alright.
This issue, everybody dies.
Unless you're Kirkman. He did a storyline in Invincible called Everybody Dies Where Nobody Died. Which is the opposite of his usual stories where he'll kill off main characters for no reason, because, you know.
Well, especially Invincible is a pretty bloody comic.
Yeah. Oh, a big round issue number is coming up. Time to kill somebody. Time to kill a named character. Oh, I'm out of ideas. Time to kill a named character. A lot of people are talking about how I kill main characters for no reasons. And then he did a story, Everybody Dies, Nobody Died.
I always talk about the old Micronauts comic. I loved it when issue 50 they literally killed the entire supporting cast in one issue. Everyone that had been around since issue 1 except the core team, just boom, dead.
Was that them jumping the shark, or was that the end of the episode, or end of the series?
It was the return of the big bad for his 3rd and final.
Marvel's New Universe. I always liked how they wrapped up Mark Hazard Merc, which was one of their original titles. When they canceled it, he died in the last episode, or last issue.
Well, there you go.
Right before the world really got weird. You know, you had the heroes running around at that point, but they weren't really public yet. And then, like, right after he dies is when everything gets public. It was a neat little series. All right, so you rolled a 5. I am going to give you +2 to that for your quality, the Living Nebula.
Okay.
So that gives you a 7.
Should I take off the termination point?
No, I'm not going to charge you for that. It's just something that I think would really factor into it.
Okay.
Alright, so a 7. I got a 6. You feel that something is wrong on this planet. The closer you get to the planet, the worse this sense of wrongness is. This is not a feeling. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. It's like something is triggering a sense you didn't know you had.
Okay, like a cosmic sort of thing?
Maybe?
Okay.
It would probably be how like a human would describe it.
Yeah, something is terribly wrong with this build. I'm still working. Definitely, there's something terribly wrong with this world. Is it like maybe dead, or
you don't know that it's the planet itself, and the closer you get, the more you kind of pinpoint. And it all seems to be centering around this, this series of structures, the built-up area that the hegemon has built up. Where all their military industrial complex stuff is.
Bloodthorn will ask Eve, it's like, Eve, could it be a side effect of this weapon?
perhaps they've trapped another one of my kind in there, or Eve's kind in there? Can you sense anything?
Argall communicates back to the ships, basically asking you precisely where you want to go. You know, once they enter the facilities, or the build, I say a facility, it's the size of the city, but you know, once they start getting close to its airspace, y'all are going to become, you know, they're going to realize you're there. So where exactly is y'all wanting to go?
Well, if Eve can center in on the wrongness, that probably is what we want to do.
Can Eve get a little more precise with that?
As you get closer, you know. As you get closer, you know, imagine you hear a kind of a buzzing or a ringing off in the distance. And then as you get closer and closer to it, you can kind of figure out more and more exactly where it's at. You know, but as you get closer, they're marshaling their military forces. Count TeknoAXE is on the comms, telling you some of the forces should probably engage them as a distraction for any of us that are going further in. The ship that's carrying a lot of the Earth heroes and the Hawks, I mean, though some of the Hawks stayed to fight with the military or the navies, you know, they're volunteering to jump out and kind of engage the baseline military at this point to keep them off of the rest of you. You know, they've been in discussion with the Earth heroes over what they can do, so, you know, there's a lot of empty ground here, so, you know, some people are going to be very effective.
Sounds like.
And you've got the Hawks playing, you know, air support, because all of them can fly. You know, everybody, except maybe Count TeknoAXE, is looking to Mukboot as the leader, though, so. He's the leader. Eve's like the spiritual consultant.
Well, with this battle going on, do we need Ebe as the distraction? Just have him pinpoint us, we pop him out, let Ebe be big scary out in space, and we pop in? Or does it look like the distraction of the battle and that carnage is enough to be a distraction where we just pop in right now?
All the battle in space, the fleet, the small attack force you brought, along with, like I said, about half of the Hawks stayed in orbit. Or not orbit, but stayed with the fleet. As well as any of the more powerful Earth heroes that could maneuver and survive in space. That seems to be drawing most of their Navy away. And then Ardgal snuck y'all in, so nobody in the Navy is even aware you're here yet. Unless one of the land-based guys is actually screaming into a radio about it.
What is Ebe's strength?
8. As long
Punch
as
a hole through it.
Through what?
Pinpoint.
All right.
Pinpoint the place where you feel the most wrong. Punch as hard as you can. We are going to make this fast and ugly.
Sure.
Okay.
Because even if just open a hole, we pour in at the pinpoint location, and we stop whatever's going on in there. We've been lucky so far and blessed. We might as well push it to the limit.
Might as well. Sure.
All right. Do you take the Count's suggestion of having some of the Earth heroes and Hawks distract the ground military?
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it does.
If
Alright.
Landshark is with us, Muckboot knows how destructive Landshark is in large open spaces.
I'm just picturing stragglers of this empire making their way to Earth. Survivors of this battle, they make it to Earth. They don't know why people keep calling these things humans. The one they met said they were sharks. Clearly, that's another name for their species.
They're very confused.
Maybe that's what they call their powered people. I mean, he'd go, hi, I'm a shark. And then the ground swallowed half of our army. Maybe that's what they call their geomancers. I don't know. And then they find out later, it's a fish?
What?
With great power comes great insanity, apparently. All right. The other heroes, they disembark. The Hawks spread out as air support. They're shooting down air traveling vehicles. They're laying down suppression fire. There are some powered individuals among the land army, but it's mostly more standard military. The Hound and TeknoAXE's yacht zip on past more or less into the city. Ebe, at this range, you're pinpointing kind of the exact building. It's a building. The wrongness is in under the ground underneath it. So probably some kind of bunker, research facility kind of thing. So give me that strength roll. I realize it's not usually what you use to punch, but this is more raw strength than aim.
I'm sorry, which total am I supposed to give? Okay, so just a strength throw?
Yes, this is a strength roll.
Okay. Here we are.
Okay, why am I not getting my advanced dice roll?
Wait,
That's
I don't
what
think you
need.
rolled that correct. Okay.
I kept hitting a button trying to get the advanced dice roller to come up, and it was rolling dice instead. All right. Eve roll, including Disney. Yeah, okay.
I thought you said your strength was 8.
It is.
Why did you roll a 1d6 plus 2 plus 6?
Oh, well, the 2 is my strength, but the plus 6 is the bonus from my density. My strength attribute's only 2, but with the 8 density, one of the power effects is that you can use that 8 to replace my strength. So when I constructed the roll, I just had it as 2.
Yeah, the total is coming
gotcha
out
now.
correctly
Yeah.
because the density does not add to the 2; it replaces the 2.
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay. All right, but he rolled an 11, and this is find the material strength benchmark. Okay. All right, so that is a 9. So yeah, you leap down using all of your density. Maybe even your elasticity to some degree to make your fist narrower so it kind of pokes through. And you manage to poke your arms through and then kind of peel back up a section. You're throwing the earth that's on top of this thing to the side, and you're basically peeling open the roof of this little bunker. Not big enough to land a ship in or anything, but plenty big enough for people to jump through. And there's tearing and there's ripping, and then there's these terrified, picture the hegemon, the couple of species that you've seen of the hegemon, in the equivalent of lab coats looking terrified up at you and then scattering.
Gotcha.
As you have torn your way into what looks like their break room.
Styrofoam coffee cups flying everywhere.
They do terrible things to the environment. That's the wrongness you felt. So you've created an entrance that you can then drop down. The rest of the team can follow you. Count TeknoAXE follows with you. The rest of his men, who are not powered individuals at all, are staying with the ship. They're basically guarding. They're guarding the yacht and the Hound, making sure y'all have an escape path.
We might want to make a quick escape.
Who is carrying the bomb?
I have it strapped to the back of my armor.
How strong are you in your armor?
7.
Okay, yes, you are plenty strong to carry this bomb. It is not a little backpack charge. This is quite a large. It's like a good size keg. Not one of the little mini kegs. I mean, a full size keg. Moat Boot would have a very hard time carrying it. And it's full of antimatter. You probably don't want to roll it.
Don't trip and fall.
I'll be right back.
Photon torpedo strapped to my back. I am terrified.
You're like a World War
I'll be
One.
right back too.
Oh, right at dramatic moments. But yeah, Zach, you're like one of those guys in World War II walking around with a flamethrower.
Shoot me! I dare you!
You're going to make things really bad for people, but somebody's going to make things really bad for you. So y'all have all landed down in there, you four, Count TeknoAXE, Artegal and his wolfhounds.
Wolfless wants to see the climax.
Dun, dun, dun. But So yeah, all of them jump in, and TeknoAXE and Artigal are all looking at Eve. Where do we need to go?
Okay. So, yeah. I'm guessing I just have to keep plowing down further and further downward. Is that correct?
Yes, because you were punching kind of where you felt it, but yeah, it's further down.
Yeah, it's still further down.
And tearing through the interior wall or interior sections of it, not nearly as hard as that outside.
Oh, great. It is still beneath us. And then he'll, just basically smash a hole in the floor. Or he'll just, maybe even just stomp onto it.
I'm just picturing him stomping a hole in the floor, and then, kind of in that gelatin kind of fashion, just kind of being through the hole.
All right.
So yeah, y'all drop down from level. This was a break room. The next level is a lab. The level after that was some sort of firing range, testing chamber for stuff.
Haven't found any other living nebulas yet, have I?
No, you have not found. Let's see. One lab looks like they're working on, handheld weaponry kind of stuff. And some of it is equipment that various members of the party would recognize. It's like maybe they're working on reverse engineering captured technology.
Mm-hmm. Oh, stuff captured from us, that is.
Yeah. With some stuff you don't recognize. So, another level down. It looks like they're experimenting on various life forms from around the Milky Way galaxy.
Sentient? Well, either way, it's probably nasty no matter what. But
Yeah.
Some of the species look like they might be sentient.
oh boy.
They're not necessarily ones you're familiar with, but once you get to that basic biped with fingers, that's usually a sign of at least some level of intelligence.
Hopefully we're not getting any of them hurt.
Well, you're peeling up the roofs and then dropping through, so as long as you don't land on anybody, you're pretty good. And then finally, you are confident that wrongness is just right there.
Mm-hmm.
And you peel open that level.
And it's us.
Ah!
It's all of you, but in goatees and blasting your way up through the building.
Even a goatee, I'd like to see that.
Clearly, they've already triggered the weapon, and reality is already falling apart and merging with its neighbors.
Let's not rate it off yet.
So yeah, you smash a big hole in the floor, and then a big glowing fist comes up through the hole and tries to punch you.
Oh. Okay. Shall I make an evade roll?
Yes, please do. If it's away with your prowess.
Oh, look at that evade roll. Oh boy.
So that's a major success on his part. The punch does 9 points of damage. Minus whatever protections Eve's got, because I know his density gives him, 8? And then give me a strength roll, because this guy rolled well enough to potentially knock you back.
Okay, strength roll. Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's a massive success.
I'm heading up a few floors.
And yes, since the punch was coming from straight up, it catches in what's more or less like Eve's head when he's in his containment suit. His whole upper body stretches way up very quickly, and then it's like the bottom half snaps up like a rubber band after the rest of him. And sure enough, you land about 2 floors up, back in the reverse engineering area. You just.
Great, now they can reverse engineer me.
As impressive as it looked, though, I think Eve basically took 1 point of damage because
still, I took damage for maybe perhaps the first time this campaign.
Mm.
Because I don't have that much stamina.
You gonna be okay, buddy?
Remains to be seen.
Makes me think of the supervisor at work. Anytime you hear something fall on his aisle, you just hear him call out, "I'm okay." To the point that if something fell and we didn't hear that, I think we'd rush over to make sure. And standing before you is Satrap Scar. Well, floating in the air.
Oh, here. Dun, dun, no, we've met before.
Yes, you've at least some version of him. So everybody give me an initiative roll right quick.
Yes, sir.
Whoa.
I don't. Oh, wait. That's my boot. We're fine. We're fine.
Oh yes, I have not rolled mine yet. All right. Plus his military helps him with his. All right, so Scar got a 13.
Oh.
Muck Boot got a 16.
As good as Satrap is, he still doesn't get to go before Muckboot.
Silver Shooting Star got a 7. Bloodthorn got a 6. Mike rolled first, so Eve's Initiative is also a 6. Mike, Curtis, what's y'all's coordinations?
3.
4.
All right, so Bloodthorn goes first. Of you two, and Eve goes on a 6.2. And then I've got 2 more initiatives to roll for people you have not seen yet. One of them goes on a 12. One of them goes on a 7. Silver Shooting Star, what is your coordination?
It is a 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I bumped it up 1 point.
Oh, wow, maybe I didn't need that last roll. All right. So this one goes under you. Oh wait, no, he would go on. That one would go on a 10, not a 12, and that one would go on a. Okay, I did him right. Okay. The first guy rolled too high. I did not adjust the dice roller before I rolled for him. Oh, and I need Count Thoraxis. Alright, his coordination is a 5. Alright.
You really need to be held, buddy.
So the count goes right after Scar. And then Artegal Wow, his coordination is really not very good. Artigal goes on a 4, so he goes last. Alright, so top of the order is Muckboot.
Muckboot sees old Scar. Mutters, we really don't have time for this. And we'll take a shot to attempt to kill him.
Alright.
Now, can I tap a quality to help with the killing effect if it happens? Believe I am.
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
But do I need to declare it now or when there is a test for it?
When there is a test for it.
Okay.
You know, you have to declare it before you roll for that particular test.
Alright then. Let's go with a shot. It's on a 16. Alright.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to add it to the damage because the damage affects the test.
Okay. Then yes, that is something you need to do before the roll. I mean, you were clearly already planning that, you know, just a mix up on how you were going to go about it. All right, you got a 12, so that's a massive success. So how much damage do you do?
With the +2 from determination and the 1 point I have added to my power through achievements, it is now a 9 damage.
Okay.
Was that enough damage to make it through?
That comes out to 0 damage.
Damn.
And to trigger the killing effects, or the stun effects, or the slam effects, or any of that, you have to do 0 damage or higher. So basically, if you equal somebody's defense, you can still get those effects if you roll high enough.
All right, then let's do the killing roll.
You know, if his damage had been 1 higher, then he got no effect.
Yep, that's scary. All right. Oh, I minimum rolled. It's
All right.
unfortunate.
Let's see what he rolls on his strength roll. Oh, he got an 11, so no killing effect. Then it is his turn. He is going to punch Muckboot.
Fair enough.
Rude.
All right. So this is Prowess. He's taking his swing. You need to evade with an 11.
Got a 9.
Okay. He does 9 points of damage to you.
I'm out.
So he punches Muckboot, just a good sock across the jaw. Muckboot tries to roll with it. Kind of spins around as he falls down, but it does not get sent flying. It's just one of them good old-fashioned, if you ever saw, one of the Mike Tyson fights. I had a buddy rent one of those on pay-per-view. He's like, oh, fight's just about to start, but I bet I got enough time to go pee. By the time he took a whiz and came back, Tyson was out. Or Tyson had knocked the guy out.
Oh man,
I forget who it was, who that one was.
there's a bunch of them. He had quite a reign.
Yeah, my buddy's dad was laughing at him. He goes, "You want to make sure to get your money's worth? Do your rent your wrestling shows because they'll go the full time. He goes, a boxing match, it's a shot in the dark.
I mean,
All right, so that was Scar. Then it is Count TeknoAXE. All right, he's got a prowess of 6. Weapon Master Blades, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's rolling a 9 on his. Good grief, you really designed this guy to kill Muckboot, didn't you?
yeah, I kind of did decide for that.
Nax, favored foe, Muckboot. Oh, pass by strike, that'd be a neat one. Oh, minimum roll though, so he only got a 10. And then his opponent has got prowess of 5. Alright, so he gets a massive success on his opponent. Who has damage resistance of 3. The Count's weapon is a 6. So he does 3 damage. Triggers his killing effect. Which is his 6th strike. Alright, so he's got a 9 for his attempt for the kill. His opponent has to roll their strength.
Please let this work.
The opponent rolls a 10. So the killing effect does not work. What the rest of you see is the Count. The Count, his big thing is teleportation. He hunts with his swords by teleporting around the targets and whatnot. So yes, he teleports next to Artegal and tries to run him through. But Artegal, instincts kicked in and he rolled with it, so he took a bad slash instead of getting run through. And then he's screaming traitor at the Count. Scar, however, is smiling at the Count. And tells him how his people will be rewarded once the hegemon is taken over. How he
Hear that correctly? Did the Count just turn against us?
Yep, he just tried to run your Tuatha buddy through.
Gotcha.
And then Scar is basically telling him he'll be rewarded. His people will stand next to Scar's own people. In Archin's favor.
Gotcha.
Let's just say the Count had been making deals while y'all were over in that other galaxy.
Yeah. Oh dear.
His only regret in this is that he's not the one that dropped Muckboot. Next up is Scar number 2. Another Scar comes through the hole in the ground. The floor before. If Muckboot was awake, this would be verifying his ideal of, hey, this guy can duplicate. You notice this guy is not quite as large, not quite as big as the original.
Aha.
Imagine if you took a person and then you put a person next to him that was identical, but maybe an inch shorter. And just kind of less
Like
bulky.
that Michael Keaton movie. Just not quite as smart.
Yeah.
But he does strike you as the same size of, yes, Multiplicity was a great movie.
Oh.
He does strike you as the same size as the one you fought before, though. And this one goes after Bloodthorn.
How's he coming after me?
Flying at you, taking a big punch.
All right.
So it is prowess. You need to beat a 7.
Careful, Miss Ma'am.
Okay, so you beat him by 5. That is a massive success. You have no trouble getting out of the way. And now we are going to invoke a rule that we often do not remember to invoke.
Which is?
But it came up in the game I was running last night. If your evasion causes him to fail massively, you do your close combat. Basically you make a close combat attack on him for free.
Oh, that's right.
That you don't roll for. It just counts as a moderate success. And you can use any kind of close combat you've got. So if you're a puncher, you can punch. If you punch or energy drain, you can do that. Clearly Bloodthorn's going to use her energy draining swords, just kind of her thing.
Right.
But if you had multiple attacks, any of them that involve a close combat, you could use. Like I said, we usually forget about that.
Yeah, I'll do my stabby.
Now you don't get to use your multiple.
Don't get to use the.
This is just one baseline
Flash
free shot.
Gotcha.
You don't roll. It's just with the damage you do.
But he does still get to do to resist the.
Yes, the willpower thing he
energy
would still get to
drain.
do. Yeah, so energy drain resists with his willpower. Oh, whoop! I'm sorry, that was not the correct stats. I hit the roll before I hit the arrow up. For all the good it did him. All right, so we got a 7. And how much energy do you drain?
8.
All right, so this is Scar 2. And he is down 8 from his... All right, so he's got 7 left. All right. So he screams as your energy sword passes, as your psychic sword passes through him. Kind of stops flying. He wasn't flying high off the ground. He just flipped through the hole and took a swing at you. But he kind of drops to the ground, catches himself. Then it is Silver Shooting Star's turn.
Is there enough room in here for me to take flight?
Yes, the ceilings are fairly high. Like 12-foot ceilings, not freakishly high. But definitely enough that you can hover and maneuver. And, I don't know, if you had, let's say, aerial combat, you could use that.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop up into the air real. I'm going to try and give Scar 1 the condition pinned down with my blast.
Okay. So you'll be using your coordination for that. He'll be resisting with his coordination. I did not give him aerial combat, so... That was an oversight. Alright, that is a massive success. So he is pinned down. In a suppression fire sort of way. That's not going to, it's not going to stop him from doing anything. But with a massive success, you have 3 free tappings of that. So anybody in the group can tap that quality for free. And that can be for your attacks against him or for your defenses that's resisting him. Alright, then it is Scar 3. Another Scar comes up through the hole. Sees Silver Shooting Star pinning down his I was going to say buddy, but it's just him. His progenitor, his prime? I don't know.
Careful of.
That's definitely not what Scar 3 says to Scar 1.
My lab is being occupied as a
One
customer.
best.
So he flies up, sees what Silver Shooting Star does, and basically tries to do the whole two-fisted Superman, rush right into him.
That's fine.
So he will use his prowess. Since this is a rush, you can use your prowess or your coordination, whichever you please.
I will use my coordination.
Your aerial combat would factor into this as well. Or, let's see. This is one of the clones, so he's only got a. So it's an 11 to hit you. Whoa. Ooh. So that's a massive, or not a massive. It's a major.
Yeah, the best little giggle you got.
All right. So rushing. All right. So failure. He rushes right past the target. You were using your coordination, so that would be a dodge then.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Okay. So if it results in a massive failure and is a thrown object, okay, that wouldn't do anything for a punch. Basically, if you were fighting somebody who's like throwing knives at you and you dodged, causing a massive failure on his part, you could catch the weapon and throw it back at him for free. Him throwing a punch, it doesn't do anything. You just get out of the way. He basically does the two-fisting thing. You zip to the side, and he flies past you, catches himself before he hits the wall. In my head, all the while, I'm picturing you still unloading on Scar 1 to keep him pinned down.
On the upside, I did make him look like a huge asshole in front of himself.
Then it is Bloodthorn's turn.
Okay, I really was wanting to save this guy for Muck Boot, but he's sleeping right now. So I am going to ignore the Scar that came after me, and I'm going after the big one that we all assume is the Prime. And I'll tell him, it's like, Satrap Scar, we've come to accept your surrender. And I am gonna stabby him twice.
You're going to try.
I'm gonna try, that's right.
And remember, you got 3 free taps.
That's right, I'm gonna use my tap. Thank you for reminding me, because I intended to, but, sometimes I'm like a baby bird, and it had already just fluttered away.
We're all very bad about forgetting about them. And I shouldn't be. I play Fate.
Alright, well, he's going to try to avoid the shots, of course. So, got to beat a 9 for the first roll. So you got an 11, so that's a moderate hit.
Oh, my first was to 14.
Oh, I didn't say that, but I'm sorry. So that's a massive. Then for your second one, it's a major. So both of them hit.
And then he gets to
roll his wheel.
resist. Do I roll twice on the will thing, or do we do that just once?
The will thing you just roll once. The rank is considered one higher. You're basically raising the damage with a multiple attack. So you got a 13 on that. He got a 10.
Got it.
All right. So how much damage do you do?
9.
This is 9 on scar 1. Okay. He is not a happy camper. He is not used to people being able to physically damage him so quickly. All right,
Hoping that once we take the Scar 1 out, the other two go plink.
Watch it turn out the real Scar is in fact this 2-inch tall guy flying around on a little mini hover bike.
All right, next up is Eve, the Living Nebula.
All right, so I'm up on the reverse engineering floor.
Mm-hmm.
Does Eve see any experiments that could be usefully deployed in the middle of an impromptu battle?
That's an interesting idea. Give me an awareness roll. You need to beat an 8.
Hey,
You see something that looks useful.
what would that be, Preto?
I'm going to make you describe it.
An ultimate
Okay.
nullifier.
You know, come up with something that would come up with something that would aid you in some way on a roll you could make.
On a roll I can make. Okay.
Or you know, some action you feel you could take. And then describe whatever piece of equipment you see that would aid you in that.
All right. So let's see. What? So this is technology that they've seized from the conquests that they've taken so far. What if? Let's see. My first guess is maybe something for me, since it's of the major civilizations that they've been targeting the big ones for the most part. That Minos would be the one that they've hit the most. And they are from what I remember of them, they're like a multi-species civilization, but there's definitely one dominant civilization, the tentacle being.
Yes, the guys with the green guys with tentacle arms are definitely the ones that are in charge. They rule over several other species.
Yeah, and they're militaristic, so I'm sure they've got lots of fancy military tech.
Mm-hmm.
The only other thing I could think of is if they now the planet with the eternal emperor. That's not a technological thing, right? That's more of like a I don't know what, maybe like a Earth power of their planet kind of endowment thing. Is that correct?
Yeah, you don't. He never really told you what makes him linked to his planet. Just that once he gets basically past the edge of his solar system, his body crumbles to dust and reforms where he originally gained his immortality, which he has now set up as a park in his capital city.
Got you.
And his people were not. His people were an advanced species. They weren't necessarily on the galactic quite up to the galactic average, but they could always have had some oddball, weird super science something. It's a superhero world or superhero setting.
I don't suppose there's they could have found some way to weaponize the linking of a being to a planet. That's not possible, is it? And that's not something that could be linked to the wrongness that Eve has already detected on this world. Is that a possibility or no? And those a perfectly fine answer if that's getting too esoteric.
It is getting very esoteric. I don't have a problem with that. How is that going to aid you in something Eve is immediately trying to do, though?
I was just looking to see if I could pull off some kind of crazy callback to a prior issue. But barring that, the only other thing I could think of is I don't want to take up too much more time with it.
Maybe some sort of neural scrambler.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's. Yeah. Yeah. Is that something that? Uh, is that something that could be that could have been picked up by one of the miscellaneous planets? Since we've got some powerhouses here, what are the odds that they'd be just as equally mentally fortified as they are physically?
Yeah, that's possible. Something that would do, like the equivalent of the stun power. You recognize it as something you've seen or somebody's talked or heard about that effectively scrambles their brain for a little bit, i.e. the stun power. Using a will save instead of a physical. That would be that's acceptable.
Yeah, that's something. That'll be helpful because certainly hitting things has never been Eve's forte because he's still pretty clumsy in this container.
If he gets his hands on you, he's got a good grip, but Or, all right. I think Eve has locked, or Eve. I think Mike has locked up. No, he's back. Okay.
Right now, I think I'm back.
Yeah, everything's snapped back now. So you got knocked upstairs. Of course, you have landed prone. So this round you have to spend getting up. But you get up and you can grab what it is you saw. And then the next round you can hop back down and use the thing that you've seen.
And we will think whatever technician may still be around.
He just looks at you and nods. Oh, yes, great. So apparently your translation device was working. It's still working. So that was Eve. Next up is Artigal.
Thanks for the neuralizer suggestion.
Are you okay, people?
Alright, so Artigal spins around and tries to stab Count TeknoAXE with his spear. He's got a 5 prowess plus his spear skill. So that's an 11. Count TeknoAXE has a coordination of, or a prowess rather, of 6. And he's got a specialty that helps him. Yeah. So it's a 7. Alright, so Count TeknoAXE takes some damage. Ooh, actually quite a bit of damage because he didn't get out of the way. Alright. Let's see, that's a major, so that is an 8 on the damage versus TeknoAXE. Contraxes. I was leaving off a syllable. Alright, his strength is a 4. Alright, but he beats it, so he doesn't get the kill effect. Alright, so you've got a space aristocrat and a space god fighting with a sword and a spear over in one side. In the midst of the sci-fi lab. Where Artigal called him a coward from the sneak attack. now he's ranting at him about, how he views himself as a lord and a hunter. But I, Artegal, stroll this universe like a god. Jumped up little mortals. And then we are back to the top of the order with Muckboot. Do you have any determination that you would wake yourself up with?
I'm gonna use my regeneration and pop 2 points of stamina on me.
Bloop, bloop.
And then I will politely point my gun. Am I able to still take a shot after regenerating?
No, because you got to stand up and get your gun back.
All right.
Because you're prone. You're effectively fell down prone. So yeah, you can gather your gun and get in, standing if you want to, or crouching to take aim, or however you want to describe it. But...
Nope. I'm going to pretend to be unconscious until I've got time to get up.
All right.
Because there is a man that can punch me unconscious directly above me.
If you want to be a little risky, just a little risky, give me a stealth roll.
What attribute does stealth use?
Coordination.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, I'll be right. Shit, dog.
Do you think you'll make it?
It's a 15, baby. What do I need?
All right, so that is a 15. Would you like to make tap one of those free qualities? The pin down thing. There's 2 more free tappings of that. Would you like to use one of them?
No, I'm gonna bank on this 15 being good enough.
Oh, lost Mike.
Yeah, I think he's on his way back, though, because he disappeared completely, and now his name is back up. Alright, so I roll Scar's awareness. Unfortunately, he is freakishly aware.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, a
Oh,
tie!
my goodness.
His awareness is actually his highest stat. He's like cosmically aware.
I couldn't have pretended to be unconscious anyway, then.
So, it's a tie. So what I'm going to say is he doesn't... It's like as you kind of position yourself to get ready to like spring up, basically spending this round getting up, but don't visibly get up until the next round. You position yourself to spring up and shoot the next round. It's like he noticed some movement or something. So he's kind of watching you out of the corner of your eye. Effectively, I'm going to give him if you stand up and shoot him, I'm going to give him like a +2 to dodge it because he's not completely taken by surprise.
Understood.
But he doesn't look at you and go, he's up to something and need to squish him like a bug. Not with so many other targets moving around and doing stuff, trying to do stuff to him. Because he's got Silver Shooting Star, suppression fire. Bloodthorn has stabbed him a couple of times.
And he has seen me pop up once from being punched by him already.
Yeah, so, he's not assuming you're dead from that one lick. But that was some very interesting rolling. All right. Then it is Scar's go. Or Scar 1, I should say. Scar Prime. Who really, 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 really wants Bloodthorn in the same position as a Muckboot.
Tell me what he wants.
He wants you knocked down on the ground next to Muckboot.
Oh
What
my.
he wants.
In as many pieces as he can manage. So, give yourself a determination as he is tapping one of his qualities to make sure this blow hits. He is tapping the Fist and Blade, which is one of the titles he has. As head of the hegemony military. It was actually a title he had before he was in charge, when he was just considered their greatest warrior. But anyway. So that's giving him a +2 to hit you. Let's see, his prowess is prime. He's the prime one. So his prowess is a 6. +2 for the quality. Plus his specialty. And he rolls a 1 on the dice after all that. So 10 is the number to evade.
And there's still 2 free tappings of his pinned down quality.
Yeah, I was thinking I might use a tapping.
All right. So that gives you a +2.
Which is probably unnecessary, but I'm going to do it anyway just to make sure.
It is best to not get beaten the crap out of. Oh, you could have rolled a 1 in time. I see. Yeah,
But
the
it's
+2
so
is
fun
fine.
to have a 15.
Yes,
It is. Because guess what that gives you?
Oh yeah.
Guess what you just automatically hit him with?
I get a
Second
slug
time.
back.
Yes, you get a slug back.
With your weapon that does stuff.
That actually hurts him.
All right. So how much is your drain?
My drain is 8. He gets to roll.
Yes, willpower. Versus your rank. That is a tie. Since it is damage, see, with physical damage, that means half damage. What does it mean with life drain?
That is
Or
a
actually
good
drain.
question. Because I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's still half damage.
I thought it was double.
All right.
I might be biased, but I thought it was.
Well, it's like betting 0 at roulette. It's actually a huge number. If you hit it.
If successful, test energy drain versus strength or willpower, chosen when you acquire the power. You chose willpower, because it's psychic. The target loses stamina equal to the outcome, while you regain stamina equal to the outcome. What does it mean, equal to the outcome? I was just assuming the power rank
I
in
thought.
damage.
I thought it was power level too.
But equal to the outcome implies that there's something else going on there. So is energy drain just supposed to work on based on the difference in the rolls, which could be really high or low?
See what the example says.
Yeah, I'm looking up an ultimate power, great power. Just to see if there's a bigger explanation.
Yeah, because I totally been doing that wrong.
Nope, it just says the exact same thing. But there's a bunch of extra drain or extras for it. Huh. That is interesting wording.
It is in fact the difference, because in the example directly below the power description.
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 96 of the Icons Assembled book.
That is interesting. And that does make it a little less of a
Broken.
little over, it could be a little OP otherwise, I guess. Huh, that is interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, because she's been tearing through.
Yeah. Other than when she run into psychics who had shields or jacked up mental stuff. Well, in that case, a tie doesn't do anything because there is no difference. I have to be sure I let my other group know about that too.
Well, Akuna is slightly less dangerous than I thought she was.
But you also get extra HP.
No, that's true because you can raise your HP above the normal.
The extra stamina does still go to you, so.
But in this particular instance, since there was a tie, there was no difference.
I didn't think I could raise it above my normal stamina.
It drains at 1 point per minute, but yes, it can go above.
All right. So anyway, that was Scar Prime's turn. Then it's then it is
Woofus, that's enough.
Count Contraxis' turn. All right. So he's got a. Oh wait, plus his master. So that's actually a 12. Artigal loses by 1, so Cathraxis does more damage to him. It's 6. Artigal goes down.
That's not good.
While he stabbed the Count pretty good, the Count just disappears and appears behind him and stabs him again and causes him to drop to the ground. He's still breathing. You know, it was clearly not a instantly lethal blow. Then it is Scar 2, who was engaged with Bloodthorn. Let's see, Eve has not dropped back into the room yet, so they don't know that he's still in the fight necessarily. So he's going after Bloodthorn. Yeah, just going to run up and slug her. Uh, 11 is the number to beat.
You'd hit a girl?
Oh, here we go.
No, of course not. He's got to look good in front of the boss. Got to look like I tried. All right, so you got a 12. It beats his 11, but there's no massive anything, so no free lick. Silver Shooting Star.
I am going to try to give Scar Prime the quality daze by just focusing fire right on his face.
Okay.
Because my gun just can't hurt this guy.
That's fair. That's fair.
Alright.
I bet it could hurt Count Cathraxis, though.
Oh, yeah. 12's the number to beat.
All right. He only got a 10. So I believe that is, let's see, with a moderate. Trying to remember if that is, let's see, maneuvers. Reveals or creates the quality you're looking for. And allows it to be activated once for free.
Alright, so he has 2 taps total. One of
being pinned down, and then one of being shot in the face. Dazed. Distracted. We'll just say distracted.
Yeah. Being shot in the face is indeed a very distracting circumstance.
Then Scar 3 will go. And that was the one that had tried to punch Silver Shooting Star before. This time he's going to fly up and try to grapple Shooting Star.
Alright.
Oh, wait. I may have spoken too soon.
Oh.
Oh. He has noticed that big thing strapped to your back. He is going to try to grab that.
He doesn't want to do that.
He does not.
No.
But he's going to. Alright. When you're going to grab or wrest something out of an opponent's grasp, make a test of the lower of your power, prowess, or strength against the opponent's strength level. Failure or marginal success has no effect. Moderate success grabs the object, but it suffers damage equal to the combined strength of you and your opponent.
Oh.
If that exceeds the object's materials, you may well end up holding a half of it.
That would be very bad.
You can choose to release or not grab the object so as not to damage it. Major or massive success, you steal the object away from your opponent's grasp. Now you hold it. So give me a strength with your. Give me a roll with your strength.
Would I be able to add my aerial combat to that?
Well, this is
We're
against.
flying, right?
Yeah,
This is against your strength, though.
it's fair if I can.
But I can see your maneuverability factoring into whether he could get a good grip on it. So sure, go ahead and add it.
And boop. Oh no.
Oh, you were so lucky. Because marginals, it specifies that marginals, like failures, have no effect. So you feel a very mighty tug, but then his fingers slip off of it as you roll around. But something in your reaction, maybe Shooting Star said, "Oh no," like you just did. But something seems to clue him in that you were very nervous. You know, you just see a smile spread across his face as he's just looking at you, kind of sly.
You can still leave. You damage this. This place becomes all our grain.
All three scars in the room shrug. I'm remembered.
Fanatics. Every time.
That was Scar 3. Bloodthorn.
Okay, I am gonna go after scar number 1. And he has 2 qualities on him, if I'm not mistaken.
He does.
I am going to use one to hit, and then I plan on using the second one on the will roll if I hit.
All right, that is acceptable.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So let me make sure I've got this set up right to tap that quality. Is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so stabby 1.
All right, that's a hit.
Does that apply to stabby 2?
It does
Or
not.
just does not?
They are individual rolls.
So let me make sure I'm not cheating. Stabby 2.
Still a good number.
All right.
Still a good number.
They both hit.
Good enough. Okay, and so for the energy drain, it's gonna be do not roll a 1. That's whatever.
All right, so 10 is the rank of your power.
That's my power is 8, but I have the +2. I added 2 to it for the quality I was tapping. The dazed or whatever.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, so that's a 14 that he needs to resist with his will. So the difference is 6. So you drain 6 from him and return 6 to yourself.
And he's
Nice.
still up.
He is still up. Barely. He is up by the narrowest of margins. It is only his sheer determination and maybe his zealot crusader quality, who knows, that keeps him up. Or maybe it's a superiority complex. It could be anything.
Those are all his qualities.
Yeah, that's 2 of his qualities. That's why him and Count TeknoAXE got along so well. I think the Count's got a superiority complex.
Oh, that's a good question. I can't remember.
Well, he's rank obsessed. It works out about the same. That's really where his whole Muckboot being a peasant thing comes from. But yes, so Scar Prime is not in good shape now. And then it is once again Eve, the Living Nebula.
All right. So I've got the Neuralizer in hand. I will stretch down. Now I have not witnessed the Count's heel turn, have I?
You would have heard Artegal scream traitor and heard him in the fight ranting about, you walk around here like some kind of, nobleman in the stars, but I'm a god. And then arg and fall over. So Eve is not unintelligent. Eve would have probably pieced it together pretty quickly.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. Well, in that case, he might. I think Eve will kind of stretch back down and to the floor of battle, and then I guess try to neuralize the Count. Let's just.
All right.
And how has Eve been able to suss out how to activate the neuralizer prototype?
That's a good question.
I did invest a point in technology,
That is true.
so maybe that gives me a fighting chance to figure it out.
Give me an intelligence roll. You can add your tech to this. This is not a super exotic piece of hardware, for being out in space. So, on the other hand, I rolled max, so that's going to hurt you. So 10 is the number to beat.
All right. Well, I'm creating at this late date. I'm creating yet another. I just built another role. Eve susses out tech stuff. Let's see what happens. Oh, so close. That would have been a good time to. Well, no, I don't know if I would have. Actually, if I might have to. I didn't. I should have declared it beforehand. Unfortunately, I only generated the night there.
All right. So you land. You whip out the neuralizer. You're positive this little switch is how the trigger is how it activates, but the trigger won't pull back. What? There must be a safety.
Of course.
No, I gotta close the battery. Click the battery back in. Good, that's what it is.
Pesky technology.
So yeah, you land, dramatically point that at the Count, and then it doesn't do anything.
Well, hopefully I'll be standing in another page to figure this out.
Let's see. Then it's Artegal, who is unconscious. We are back to the top of the order with Muckboot.
Muckboot will in fact spring up. I see that Count has stabbed someone to death, almost, and will shoot the Count.
Yay!
Finally get the grudge match.
All right,
Me
so
at
you-
with me at 2 stamina.
So you stand up, you level your gun at the count. He, you know,
Stamina you need.
he catches the movement out of the corner of his eye, and he looks at you, hate in his eye. You can see the air around him start to kind of shimmer, like like what happened when he triggers his teleportation. So the second he sees you standing, he's planning to teleport over and stab you, and as you're leveling the gun at him.
Luckily, I will get one shot off then.
Yep, take your shot.
Oh boy.
14.
All right. What does the favored foe knack do? Does anybody know off the top of their heads?
I gotta fetch my books.
Pulling up the PDF.
Yeah, it should be an A to Z, which I thought I had sitting right over here, but I don't know what room of the house I've got it in now. Because that's not the book. One of the books I usually have to reference in game.
Page
Alright,
61.
Because, that only gives the count a +2 bonus for attacking. Doesn't do anything.
All right, doesn't do anything for defense. That is the important part.
Correct. Yes, it's pure. Yeah. Phew.
Drop him.
All right, so it's his coordination.
Finish him.
I believe his athletics factors into helping him dodge that, though. All right, so he is dodging with a +7. Give yourself a determination point as he is activating his quality rank obsessed. He will not die to a peasant.
But we want him to.
So that gives him a total of a +9. He rolls a 2 on the dice, giving him a total of 11. Which gives Muckboot a major success.
Yep.
So does a major success, is that enough to kill? That does not trigger a killing effect. That triggers a stun, if I recall.
Alright.
Which could still take him out in one hit. But
I was hoping for a panel where you just see this hole in TeknoAXE's head.
your space guys are so vicious. All right.
He understood this was a war arc going in. We prepared accordingly.
All right, where is damage? There we are. I knew I had a tab. All right, so moderate. Let's see. Potential kill outcome. Okay, so yes, this triggers the killing thing, and then it's how well you roll on the killing thing, whether it just stuns or whether it actually does the kill. All right, so roll your killing thing.
Boy.
It's a 12.
Yes,
Baby.
gun to kill ratio. That's what you call it. He resists with his strength. And while he can't beat that roll, he can survive. It all depends on how the dice like him.
Oh, okay.
That is a moderate. Target's stamina is reduced to 0, and it renders the character unconscious.
Okay.
I shoot him right in the stab wound.
You fire. He vanishes. He appears next to you, and then just flops down. Thump. The teleportation is still activated, but he took the lick, and he arrives unconscious. Thump.
No one's gonna tell if you finish him off next page.
I am murdering him and taking his armor.
On the other hand, you could just take his armor.
Standing.
On the other hand, you could take his armor, haul him back in humiliation to be put on trial for this treason against the entire galaxy. But, however you want to do it.
That'll be fate worse than death. I'd like to imagine this is illustrated where it looked like he was he portended he's like got his saber up like he's ready to just skewer the crap out of Muckboot, and then he just like cocks out.
Well, it's you know, Moboot taking the shot, the teleportation flaring up in one panel. The next panel is a close-up of their like heads next to each other where it's almost like they just did the samurai charge across from each other. And then the shot pulls back and you see, you know, him dropping the sword kind of limply and just falling face first under the ground.
Now, with that said, we are 40 minutes over time.
Yes,
Yes, that is true.
All right, so why do these last sessions always go so long?
Finales tend to do that.
All right, so then it is Scar Prime. Whew, he just ain't got much pepper left, but he also ain't got no quit. So, he sees Muck Boots up. He sees one of his allies is down. He has got to get this stabby chick off of him.
He's like a little chihuahua.
You know, he's remembered. What does he care? Scar Prime, beelines for Silver Shooting Star.
He cannot. Thank you very much.
Why can he not?
I don't want him near me.
Yeah, he's okay.
No,
The
thank
one who's
you,
carrying
Evil.
The anti-medic bomb. No, thank you, Evil.
Alright, so he is coming at you. He is doing a grab.
Do we get any attempt from him disengaging from?
No, there are no attacks of opportunity in this game.
All right. Let's try.
But he's still got the dazed quality, I think, doesn't he?
No, it only had one tapping.
Oh crap!
Yeah,
Thought
yeah,
I
because
used
you
it,
tap. Yeah,
sorry.
you use both the last
Dude,
things
you're
he had on.
fine.
So he is coming at Silver Shooting Star. He is activating his quality Zealot Crusader.
I'm going to activate my quality Ace Mech Pilot.
All of a sudden, this has turned into a superhero card game.
Does anyone want to interpose that has a turn left to interpose this?
This is not
He's
considered an
evil,
attack.
interpose.
This is not considered an attack.
Oh.
If he was punching or shooting or something, you could interpose. He's trying to grab something. Alright. So he's using Zealot Crusader. You're using Ace Mech Pilot. His grabbings were the lower of his strength or coordination, I believe. Or was it prowess? Lowest of his prowess or his strength. His prowess is lower than his strength. So that's 6. Zealot Crusader gives him a +2. Or no, yeah. Zealot Crusader gives +2. So he's rolling with an 8. Oh, he rolls a 1 on the dice. 9 is the number you got to beat, Zach.
16.
Oh, I did not say that you had already rolled.
You're fine.
Let's see. Count TeknoAXE is unconscious. So yeah, he runs up to grab the bomb. You zip out of the way. Let's see. We skip past TeknoAXE. Scar 2 goes. He beelines for Silver Shooting Star, screaming that he is remembered.
My God.
This might be a good time to pass off that bomb. Oh no, you're the one who's flying.
Well, you know, some days you can't get rid of a bomb.
Of course.
Zach, give yourself a determination point for Scar 2 is also a Zealot Crusader.
Tell him no. Tell him no.
He can, but it will cost him a determination point. Oh no, he can't because I'm not activating one of his qualities. I'm activating somebody else's. Never mind. 8 is the number to beat.
Thank God.
Because his coordination is actually 2 lower than Scar Prime's.
Oh, thank goodness.
And he rolled a 2 on the dice, which, so the dice roller is helping you.
Like, I'm fine with...
Well, hold on. Zach rolled a 1 on the dice. It's legitimately giving you more assistance than him.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Now, last roll. Last roll was the dice helping.
Now it's Silver Shooting Star's turn.
I'm going to just try and hit not count catharsis. Scar Prime with my gun. Just give him the quality of dazed again.
Okay, or distracted.
Yes, whichever.
All right, that's a coordination versus his coordination.
Okay, that's weird.
8's the number to beat, and you rolled a 10, so it's a 8. His 8 versus your 10 again. So that is let's see. That's a moderate success, so 1 free tapping of it. Then Scar 3. Do you know what Scar 3 says?
What's that?
That he's remembered. And he beelines for your back again. Give yourself a determination point, for he is a Zealot Crusader.
I'm also going to tap a Mech Pilot.
That is fair. And 8 is the number to beat again.
16 is the number to beat.
Don't touch it.
So yes, you roll far higher and you don't touch that bomb, and he rolls on his touch that bomb.
I just saw that.
Shooting Star is fine dying, but he doesn't want to bring everyone else down with him.
So you have all this flying around, all this zipping and diving, and as Silver Shooting Star, as Silver Shooting Star initiates the 5 Ds of dodgeball. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge.
Plus parry, turn, dodge, thing.
All in a room that's only got like a 12-foot ceiling, so there's a lot of y'all ducking as they zip over your heads.
Somewhere
Hawkins is
Zenadon
playing
is
in the
about to have a
background for
nervous
some
breakdown.
inexplicable reason.
Yes, they are probably biting their fingernails, assuming Cyclopses have fingernails.
Right.
So that was Scar 3. Then it is Bloodthorn.
Okay. I have 3 determination because I got 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to use 1 on my first attack, and then I will use another when we do the will roll,
Okay.
assuming that I hit.
Yeah, but you are declaring the uses now. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, so you're running, like leaping off a desk or a table or something to get up high enough, and then trying to stab this guy.
Yes.
All right.
And you'll note, Curtis learned how to change his name for his rolls.
Oh, nice.
After how long have we been playing with Roll20?
I've been running this game. I think this is season 3, so probably the 4th year.
Yeah.
You've been along since season 2, so you're in your 3rd year of just this campaign. Never mind how long you may have been playing with Robin and them.
We didn't use
I haven't-
Roll20 though.
Okay. Oh, that's
I
true.
haven't
That was just whatever
I've
the
learned
evil
to
thing's
name my
called.
roles, but I haven't changed my my username yet.
Yeah. I can change mine to any character in the game, so it's a long list, so I don't bother changing it.
Well, I hit with the first one.
Yes. Oh, yes. I need to roll for the second one, don't I? You missed with the second
Did
one.
not miss with the second one.
But you still get, the determination point you spent to add to the effect still adds to the damage for the first one.
Yes.
So it's still a +1.
Makes it +10.
He rolls his willpower. 1 on the dice. You beat him by 7.
Boom.
So you gain 7 health. Well, he didn't have 7 left for you to gain.
What were you targeting Scar 1 on that one?
Yeah, he was targeting Scar 1.
And I'll tell him, you are forgotten, bitches.
You're forgotten.
So yeah, he screams and falls to the ground, just drops out of the air. His duplicates disappear with him.
I was like, crap, we're gonna be here another hour.
That's just the thing that occurred to me. I'm not saying I suddenly altered how its clones work. I'm just saying they both disappear. So TeknoAXE is down. Scar is down. Scar's 2 duplicates disappear.
I think it's time to resume the stomping.
Yeah, I mean, because they came from a level that we have not explored.
Yep, yeah, there's already a hole in the floor for the next level down.
Yeah. Next level shoes.
Muckboot
Ladies
begins
apparel?
stripping TeknoAXE out of the suit.
Okay.
This old boy ain't waking up and getting at me another time.
Do you want me to step on his head? I can step on his head. It'll probably cauterize it too. Like there'll be very minimal blood. My suit is a borderline overheating from this bullshit.
No. I'm going to kill him in front of the council.
You know,
Hunters.
it
is what I do best.
My sword won't kill, but if you're cool with it, I would really like to take TeknoAXE's sword just to kill Scar.
Yes, we're in war. Kill him. I'm pulling out the prisoner.
You're murdering prisoners of war now? You're monsters.
You can keep the sword as a trophy. I don't care. I just think this guy needs to be gone.
Just kill Scar. We're in combat right now. Kill him. I'm pulling out Count so he can go to court for about 25 seconds.
Tuna. Wait, am I still? Oh no, I'm still there. Okay.
Yes.
Never mind. I thought she locked.
We were getting a furry windshield wiper effect.
Sorry.
Y'all drop down to the next level. There's a huge device in the corner, energy pulsating. It looks like it's only partially. It looks like the workings are finished, and they were putting the casing on around it. It looks like it's something will probably be mounted on the outside of a ship.
I start to examine it to see if there's any way to deactivate it without it going off.
Give me a tech roll. So intelligence plus whatever technology you've got.
Not great, but
let's see. Roll for the difficulty. Actually, yes. You think you can shut off the? It's mostly. The tech here is mostly built around containing energy.
it.
It's like whatever's in this core is trying to burst forth, trying to escape. And the weapon is mostly designed to contain it and then let it out in a controlled fashion.
So
Is whatever in here
alive?
You're not getting any sort of biological readings off of it, no.
Is it?
Ebe?
Presume it's a living nebula, and let's continue.
Yeah.
That
living
seems to
celestial
be their
body.
desire.
Eve, that wrongness is coming from this device.
It's a living dark nebula.
Dun dun dun.
This is the wrongness.
Uh,
I will evil call to see if it can if the energy within can communicate in any way.
what you feel, and Bloodthorn, as Eve attempts to communicate, you may feel some of this through your telepathy. Because when Eve tries to communicate with it tries to communicate with Eve. It wants to be released. There's not a lot of coherent thought, but it needs release. It needs freedom. It needs what would the exact thought pattern be? It needs revenge for something. It needs it's like it's feeling desires to do something that it doesn't no longer. There's no longer enough thought there to have a real concept of what it is. Eve, when you try to speak to it, though, it reacts strongly to you. But it starts calling you thief.
Okay.
I have a really bad idea.
It recognizes you, and you're a thief. You have taken what is it.
Is this the Maniac Star?
Is that Mike asking, or is that Eve asking?
It's Eve. Are you the Maniac Star?
It did not remember that. It did not remember that name. It did not remember that name until you spoke that name. And then there's a sudden flash of it. You get a flash of it lighting worlds on fire. But it's just a quick flash, and you realize this is not a fully sentient thing. It's like somebody had the last sliver of the Maniac Star as it was novaing. So it's like a piece of the Maniac Star. If it wasn't being contained, it probably would burn out fairly quickly.
Abe would call out, what has Eve stolen from you? And Eve spits that out like an accusation.
You don't get a coherent thought in return. It just recognizes that you are made up of what should be it.
I see. So it's almost like Eve's thinking that what Eve sees before Eve is the evil that Eve thinks Eve has been carrying within Eve's self all this time. Does that resonate in any kind of way?
It feels like you're talking to just a sliver of a mind, not an entire mind. But that sliver is mad, and I don't mean angry, though he is angry as well. But it's like you're talking to this insane piece of a mind.
So, for a moment, Eve feels relief, almost like this is Eve's way out of Eve's guilt. That no, this is the evilness. I'm cool. I am not. All the crimes of the Maniac Star don't touch Eve, because look at this being. If you want to find out if you want to punish someone for the crimes of the Maniac Star. However, I don't. I think Eve would think back to, and again, I know we're now into the second hour of overtime. I think Eve may have read enough of the other perspective, the butterfly perspective, back in the philosopher's homeworld, that maybe it's not going to be that easy for Eve. Like maybe this wrongness, this this pure distilled spite of the evil of the Maniac Star is may be separate, but is still Eve is still beholden to the existence of this energy of evil in some way. And Eve's kind of like talking this out. So if anyone wants to like chime in and like offer some 2 cents to help Eve figure this out, because yeah, Eve's still just kind of like in the process of trying to figure out what to do about this, given that what seems to be a remnant of the Maniac Star is what power is the wrongest that powers this ultimate weapon. And does that mean that if the Zedanon does not want this to be fired, if we're supposed to prevent its ignition, does that mean that we have to protect this weapon in some way to like make sure it's never fired? And does that mean we kind of have to watch over this evil essence for the rest of whatever?
Or the other idea is we could, assuming Eve doesn't want to rebond with this portion of the Maniac Star, we could just release it on the other side of the gateway, and permanently close the gateway, and let the hegemon enjoy their own weapon.
But even in a different galaxy, would not the rupture of space time? The rupture of if we're trying to protect space time, that kind of means that however distant the hegemon galaxy may be, it may still ignite the wound on Earth.
When Zedanon was talking about roping off part of the galaxy, she was talking about this entire little cluster of galaxies. So, and what was that, Taylor?
All right, we're an hour over already, so I'll go ahead and restate information that was stated.
Go ahead.
This sliver cannot survive on its own. It was captured as it was dying. It's being forced to stay alive, presumably. Meaning we crack it open, this thing leaves, it will die out on its own.
I see.
As other sections of the Maniac Star did when it exploded.
Yes.
We can aim this.
The containment thing can release it in a focused manner, is what it's designed to do.
But isn't that release in a focused form what the Zedonons are trying to stop?
Right.
It was more the repeated use of it that was going to rip open.
Yeah, something about the energies are going to mess around with space time. But like I said, this containment field is contained. This fragment of the star is just trying to dissipate, effectively, or explode. And this containment field is keeping it all in there and can be kind of opened on one end and like projected to do stuff.
I still say release it on the other side of the gate.
I feel like only Eve should be the one to take responsibility for that act. And if we're releasing on the other side of the gate, it would also take out the hegemon.
Can Eve hold the containment unit as one piece? Can we rip it out, hold the containment unit, and take it to the gate?
It has its own power source built in. It's got its own like little generator built in. And certainly it's a big heavy thing, but Eve's got freakish strength, so yes, Eve can carry it no problem.
Let's do that.
Yeah, Eve is all on board with assuming that responsibility, because I don't think anyone else should have to bear that sort of thing. To be even just being in the presence of such concentrated evil and hate. I mean, I wouldn't, even just being around is got to be at least a little dangerous.
All right.
And I certainly don't want you to hurt to harm yourselves any more than you may have already have being in presence for as long as you're trying to figure this out.
All right.
So
your plan is to shove it through the gateway. If you shove it through with the bomb, you're pretty sure the bomb will take care of the device.
Do I need to go through with it on the other side?
No, not particularly.
Okay. If I wanted to, just to be with, just to kind of like be with the presence, does that mean I get caught up in the fire in the wash of whatever the ignition or?
You would be there when it went off, so you don't know what it would do to you. But yeah, as the energy disperses, parts of it would wash over you. Which would probably be bad for your mortal friends, but what it do to you, you don't know.
Okay. Well, yeah, Eve kind of feels like Eve wants to accompany it.
Okay.
And Eve trusts that, Eve will probably hope maybe will survive, but Eve kind of feels beholden to not leave this entity on its own, like to die alone, if that makes any sense.
All right.
Even though the thing
is mad as even though the thing is Bat Duke crazy. Gotcha. All right, y'all make y'all's way back to the surface. Bloodthorn, you've been sitting there stabbing Scar, and he's pretty invulnerable.
You're not coming back.
All right, let's get that body in the ship too.
All right, so you get Scar in the ship. I'm assuming you pick up Artegal, who's still laying there bleeding.
Yes, and yes, Arno. Can any of us heal?
No.
Let's wrap him up in some bandages and keep moving.
He has, by the time you get back to the ship, he has roused up enough to speak. You get back to the ship, those two big Irish wolfhound-looking things he had with him are between the Hound and the Count's ship and growling. And you see what looks like some of the weapons the Count's crew were holding. You see one of them looks like it's been bitten in half, laying on the ground. And like the Count's crew is all huddled around the gangplank of their ship, watching the dogs as the dogs watch them.
Speaking of dogs.
Yeah, Artegal's like, what did they do, boys? The dogs look at him. Were they messing with the ship? One of the dogs sort of wags his tail. I think they were trying to mess with your ship, and my dogs ran them off.
Thank you so much.
So anyway, you get back on the ship. You've got Scar and the Count. Eve's got the big weapon. As y'all take off, the Count's guys scramble back onto their ship and take off. Though they just seem to be leaving. Quick broadcast, the naval battle is still going on. A quick broadcast of that, and they start doing a kind of a screening maneuver to let you get to the gate. All the regular transport ships have just been clearing out. They've, the ones that were close to the gate beeline for the gate. The ones that were not close to the gate veer off and head somewhere else. You reach the gate. It's almost identical to the one you've seen before. Minor differences. It's like looking at two skyscrapers that were designed by the same architect. They're very similar. Similar style. So, Eve, using his stretching ability, he's able to go drag the device, stretch it through. You go through the portal. When you come out on the other side, you see a large number of space stations. A lot of warship, huge military presence on the other side. Not like a full fleet, because there's no point in that on this side. But there's a lot of military buildup here. It's clearly a staging ground. Now, do you just tear the device apart to let the Maniac Star fragment out?
Yeah. Did I take the antimatter bomb with me?
Yes, you could take in the bomb with you if you wanted to. If that's how you were deciding to set it off.
I think so. I mean, we've dragged the bomb. We've caused an awful lot of fuss over the bomb. We might as well use it, right?
Chekhov's gun. We showed it in the first act. We got to fire it off by the fourth.
And before Eve goes through, Eve will just ask them to record, just make a brief recording, and Eve will just announce that Eve submits to punishment for the crimes of the Maniac Star, and then goes through the portal with the bomb containing the fragment of the star. And just simply gives a simple fond wave goodbye to his friends.
All right, so you go through, you see all this military buildup. You reach over and hit the controls that you were, told how to set off the bomb. The bomb goes off, huge flash of light. Your mind is assaulted with the memories and madness of the maniac star. Only bits and pieces of it. You know it was alone for a very long time. You can tell that it had no sense of morality. It had never been taught any sort of sense of morality. The madness tries to grip Eve's mind. But Eve has lived among normal people. Eve, Eve understands evil in a way the maniac star never did. So you're able to... the bits and pieces of memories, you keep those while being able to fend off its madness.
Oh.
It still doesn't answer the question for you whether you are the maniac star or whether you are merely its offspring. But Eve, the living nebula, is a better being than the maniac star ever was. And then Eve basically blacks out. Antimatter bombs do a lot of damage.
Indeed.
On the other side, something has gone weird with the portal. Or the gateway. There's a rush of energy spewing out from the other side. And then the entire gateway just seems to collapse. Not the actual physical mega structure on this side, but the actual gateway it was generating in and amongst the ring is now just gone. It's just an empty ring that you could fly a ship through and just come out on the other side of the physical structure.
Presumably, the other ring has been destroyed.
Or at least damaged significantly.
We salute you, Ebe.
So, the hegemon forces on this side of the gate, they break and run at this point.
Yeah, they better.
Hey, the gateway home is gone, which is also where our reinforcements come. So, big blow to their morale. They start dispersing. You're able to travel home without any trouble. The war starts going much more in the favor of the coalition now. The hegemon military is falling back even more rapidly than they had initially advanced. But essentially they fall back until they're controlling a territory that their forces can reasonably defend. Within 2 or 3 months, there's talk of a ceasefire. You get back, prior to this, of course. You travel back to the hunting lodge. Muckboot, what kind of display do you do with the count? Or what are you doing with the count?
Well, with a god behind me talking about how we were betrayed, yeah, I'll walk up to the council and throw the military leader of the hegemony's dead body and TeknoAXE down in front of them. I'm a hunter. I show my hunts.
Is TeknoAXE dead at this point, or is he still alive at this point?
He's still alive.
Okay. And, Scar... Bloodthorn was trying to stab him, but she wasn't getting through, so, he's not necessarily dead. Just throw that out there.
I'm making sure he's dead.
Oh, okay, you make sure he's dead. This man's a walking weapon of mass destruction. We're not carrying him back in my ship. So yeah, that's a big to-do.
Yeah.
The ambassador from his people claims not to know what went on. But they will certainly say that he is punished for his treason.
Mugboot will speak up. No. He will be tried by the coalition. He will not be taken back to his home world for this.
And most of the coalition tends to agree.
He will not be given a chance for some accident to happen. Where he has people who would attempt to make an accident for him.
We let him live so we could kill him.
Well, no, that's up to the coalition. So yes, the count is being will definitely be put on trial. I mean, it's going to be a legit trial though, so he's getting, his lawyers are doing their job. So there's a lot of recovery for the coalition. There's a lot of reconstruction going on throughout this part of the galaxy. Lots of refugees being returned to their worlds. The ones that it's a possibility. We will end with the remaining hegemon forces suing for a ceasefire. And while they won't be getting any reinforcements, they are still a fairly large military force. And several of the coalition nations are, in bad financial straits at this point. But further invasion is definitely cut off. This war is definitely won. Even if there's a new power over here, new country over this side, everybody's going to have to watch closely.
And
You
the
were-
leader's been removed.
You were all hailed as heroes. A memorial is put up for Eve, the living nebula. Or is it Eve, the dead nebula? I don't know.
The Eternal Nebula. Ooh.
A question for another time.
If this was a comic, the last page of the comic would be Zeta Nunn standing in space next to a figure in shadows. Though from his outfit, it would be from that person's outfit, it'd be very similar to the outline of the person initially catching Eve in the containment suit. And they are watching Eve's containment suit as he is floating through space unconscious. You don't know which side of the gate he's on, if he got blown back through the gate, or if he's in the larger Magellanic cloud. You don't know. But they are sitting there, and they are discussing him. And what else? And the future future event he is meant to be a part of.
Dum bum bum.
And then, like I said, and then you'd have a little fin down in the corner. So that wraps us up for this. We ran mad late. I'm glad everybody was able to stay the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to bail super quick. I'm
Yep.
Dress and go to church.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I need to stand up. Oh god.
So, any of y'all anybody that comes by and watches listens later, be with us in 2 weeks where we will start up part 3 of this 3-part season with the Primes. The Primus is gone, but his legacy lives on. Join us to find out what that means next time. Till then, we will talk to y'all later.
Bye-bye.
Laters.